Body check. Body check. A Second Chance sports romance. Harper Winslow. Copyright 2026 Harper Winslow. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means without the prior written permission of the author, except for brief quotations in a book review. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental. First edition, 2026. For everyone who ever fell and got back up. The only way to make sense out of change is to plunge into it, move with it, and join the dance. Alan Watts. Contents. Prologue. Chapter 1. Liquid Sunshine. Chapter 2. The Intrusion. Chapter 3. Dr. Perfect. Chapter 4. 9 o'clock. Chapter 5. What She Carries. Chapter 6. Adjustments. Chapter 7. The Wall Has a Crack. Chapter 8. What She Didn't Do. Chapter 9. Office Hours. Chapter 10. The Drive Home. Chapter 11. Game Day Protocol. Chapter 12. Iceburn. Chapter 13. Nina. Chapter 14. The Team Dinner. Chapter 15. Shifting. Chapter 16. What I Meant. Chapter 17. The Letter. Chapter 18. The Wrong Information. Chapter 19. After the Light Goes Out. Chapter 20. 2 a.m. Chapter 21. The Hallway. Chapter 22. What Warmth Costs. Chapter 23. Before the Game. Chapter 24. What I Protect Now. Epilogue. What Sunlight Does. Prologue. Liam. The TV is too loud. That's the first thing I notice. Not the smell of the hospital, antiseptic and something sweet underneath it that I don't want to think about. Not the plastic chair digging into the back of my thighs. Not the fact that I'm still wearing my pads, that my skates are in a bag at my feet because they made me take them off at the door, that there is dried sweat on my neck and chalk from the ice still caught in the hinge of my left glove. The TV is too loud, and nobody in this waiting room is doing anything about it. I stare at it. The screen shows a replay of tonight's game. Game 5. Portland Orcas vs. Nashville, 63 seconds left in the third period. The Orcas are up by 1. The camera is fixed on the goal. Fixed on me. I watch myself make a stop I don't even remember making. The waiting room erupts, not the real room, the one on TV. The crowd inside the screen. 50,000 people on their feet. The commentator is saying something I can't make out because a woman 2 rows of chairs over is talking on her phone, crying quietly, telling someone I don't know yet, I don't know, they won't tell me anything yet, and the sound of her voice cuts right through the broadcast and through my chest and into something I don't have a name for. My mother puts her hand on mine. She doesn't say anything. She is a woman who has always understood when words are useless. Her hand is small and very warm, and I let her hold mine for 30 seconds. I count them. 1 1,000. 2 1,000. I get to 30 and then I stand up because I cannot sit here and watch her hold on to me like I'm the one she's afraid of losing. I walk to the window. Portland at midnight looks the same as Portland at noon, just darker. The parking lot below is half full. Someone in a Subaru is sitting with their engine running, going nowhere. I understand the feeling. Behind me, the TV plays the goal horn. The crowd goes insane. I can hear Rooster, I know it's Rooster, I've heard that voice lose its mind in celebration more times than I can count, I can hear him screaming from under a pile of teammates somewhere on that ice. We won. I know we won. I was there. I was in the net. I stopped every single thing they threw at me for 3 periods and 63 extra seconds, and then Rooster put the puck in the back of Nashville's goal and the building came apart at the seams, and I was standing in my crease looking at the red light and thinking, Caleb is going to lose his mind when he sees this. My brother calls me after every game. Has since I made the AHL at 22. Doesn't matter what time. Doesn't matter where I am. He calls. He says something ridiculous, usually a statistic I didn't know, always delivered like it's breaking news. Did you know you just broke the record for? Did you realize that save in the second period was, Liam, seriously, do you understand what you just? He called me 3 times in the second intermission. I didn't pick up. I was getting taped. The phone call I got in the locker room after the final buzzer was not from Caleb. Mr. Beckett, this is Portland General. We need you to. I didn't hear the rest. Or I heard it. I just don't know what order the words were in anymore. The window is cold against my forehead when I lean into it. I don't move back. Liam. My mother's voice, soft. She's right behind me. I didn't hear her get up. I'm fine. She makes a sound. Not a word. Just a sound that means she knows I'm lying and she loves me anyway. The doctor is going to come out soon, she says. We should sit. I can't sit. Okay. She doesn't try again. She stands beside me at the window. Our reflections look back at us in the dark glass, her small and upright in her coat, me enormous and absurd in full goalie gear, a grown man in a hospital waiting room in chest pads and a damp jersey with Beckett across the back. We look like we belong in different universes. We probably do. On the TV, the replay ends. A commentator starts talking about playoff implications, about momentum, about what tonight means for the Orcas going forward. His voice is thick with enthusiasm. It fills the room. I want to put my fist through the screen. He was so proud of you. My mother says it quietly. She's still looking at the window. He sent me a video. Before the game. He was recording himself in the car, all worked up, you know how he gets. He was saying, Mom, watch the first period, Mom, watch what Liam does, he's been working on this new angle and it's. She stops. The car. He was in the car. He was in the car driving to a bar to watch my game on a big screen with his friends, calling my mother to tell her to watch, and somewhere between his apartment and that bar on the east side, something happened. Ice on the overpass. A truck that came across the line. A sequence of events so ordinary and so permanent that I cannot hold all of them in my head at once without the floor shifting under me. Mom, I say. I know. I should have called him back. Liam. In the intermission. He called 3 times. I was getting taped. I thought I'd call him after the game. I thought, I stop. Press harder against the window. The cold doesn't help. I was going to call him after. She puts her hand on my back. I don't move away this time. We stand there. The waiting room breathes around us, muffled phones, shuffling feet, that woman still on her call, the TV now running a highlight package from tonight's game. My saves. Over and over. The commentator uses the word spectacular. He uses the word flawless. A doctor comes through the double doors. She is young, and she is walking toward us with the specific walk that doctors have when the news has weight. I know the walk. You see it once, you know it forever. She says our name. My mother makes a sound I have never heard before. Small. Like something giving way. I do not make a sound. I put my hand on my mother's shoulder and I stand up straight and I face the doctor because that is what you do. You face it. You stand in front of it. That is the only thing I know how to do, the only training I have for any of this. You put your body between the thing coming and the thing you're protecting, and you hold. You hold. That night, I held. It didn't matter. They told me I played the best game of my career that night. I've never watched the footage. I never will. Chapter 1. Liquid sunshine. Sunny. I have a system. That's the first thing you need to know about me. I always have a system. Color-coded folders, laminated schedules, a backup plan for the backup plan. My mother used to say I came out of the womb with a clipboard and a contingency. I told her that was a little dramatic. She said, Sonny, you made a pros and cons list about which college to attend and then made a second list about whether the first list was biased. She was not wrong. So yes. I have a system. And on the morning of my first day as the Portland Orcas' new lead sports nutritionist, the system is as follows: arrive 40 minutes early, locate the staff kitchen, set up the wellness cart I've been building for 3 weeks, introduce myself to exactly 3 people before the team briefing so I don't seem overeager, and under no circumstances let anyone see that my hands are shaking. I'm 0 for 4 before I even find the right hallway. The Portland Orcas training facility is bigger than the online photos suggested. It is also significantly more confusing. There are 3 corridors that look identical, a stairwell that goes to a floor that doesn't appear to exist on the building map, and approximately 0 staff members in sight to ask for directions. I've been pushing my cart, a 2-tiered chrome thing loaded with blenders, 4 pre-made smoothies in labeled cups, protein bar samples, and a small laminated sign that says "Fuel Your Best" in a font I spent 40 minutes choosing, down what I'm fairly certain is the wrong hallway for the second time in 6 minutes. The cart has a wheel that pulls slightly to the left. I didn't notice this in my apartment. I notice it now. Okay, I think. Okay. You have a master's degree. You have 3 years of clinical experience. You have a letter of recommendation from Dr. Patricia Osei that made your former supervisor cry. You belong here. You are a professional. The wheel is a minor obstacle and you will. I round the corner. The cart hits something. Not a wall. Not a door. Something solid and tall, and, I find out in the next half second, standing directly in the middle of the corridor with the immovable certainty of a load-bearing structure. The smoothie goes first. The green one. The one I made this morning at 5:45 with spinach and banana and a protein blend I've been refining for 2 months and a scoop of spirulina that I call liquid sunshine because it sounds better than it tastes like grass, but it's very good for you. That cup goes airborne, lid popping clean off, and the contents describe a perfect arc through the air before landing, all 16 ounces of it, directly on the front of a practice jersey. Time does something strange. It slows down the way it only does when something is happening that you are going to think about for a very long time. I look up. The man the cup just drenched is not moving. He is standing in a spreading green stain with a goalie mask held loosely in one hand, and he is looking at me with the specific expression of someone who has just encountered a category of problem they were not warned about. Not angry. Not startled. Just still. Absolutely, completely still. Like the world can throw green smoothies at him all at once and he will simply wait for it to stop. He is also the largest human being I have ever been this close to. 6'4", minimum. Shoulders that belong in a different zip code. Dark hair, a little long at the back, damp from whatever he was doing before I destroyed his morning. A jaw that looks like it was carved out of something that doesn't apologize for existing. And eyes, dark, steady, fixed on me, that have the unsettling quality of seeing more than you meant to show. The green smoothie is dripping off the hem of his jersey onto the floor. Oh my God, I say. I'm so sorry. The wheel pulls left and I didn't. I'm so sorry, I didn't see you. There's a corner and the cart is wider than it looks and are you okay? He says nothing. I have napkins, I have a whole roll of paper towels actually, they're on the bottom shelf, I crouch, yank open the cart's lower compartment, and pull out the paper towels with slightly too much force, sending a box of protein bars sliding off the shelf and hitting the floor. I grab the paper towels. I stand up. I hold them out. He looks at the paper towels. He looks at me. He says nothing. Right, I say. Right, okay, the jersey is probably, you'll need to change the whole jersey, paper towels won't fix that. I completely understand. I'm so sorry. My name is Sonny Delacroix, I'm in sports nutrition, I start today, which is obviously going very well so far, and I am so. He turns. And walks away. Not fast. Not storming off. Just walking, like this corridor is his and always has been and always will be, the smoothie dripping off him with every step, the mask swinging from his hand. He doesn't look back. He rounds the corner at the end of the hall and he's gone. I stand in the corridor with a roll of paper towels in one hand and a cart full of drinks I am suddenly not confident anyone will want, and I look at the green stain spreading slowly across the floor tile, and I say the only rational thing. That's fine. That was fine. You're fine. My voice comes out steady. That's something. I've had a lot of practice making my voice come out steady. The team briefing is in a conference room on the second floor. I find it 11 minutes late because the stairwell I took deposited me on the wrong end of the building. I slip in through the back. The room is full, 20-odd players, coaching staff, a handful of support personnel. The head coach, a compact man with a gray buzz cut named Devereaux, pauses mid-sentence when I come in. "Delacroix," he says. "Sorry," I say. "I had a small situation with the cart." Someone snorts. I don't look for who. I find a seat next to a woman about my age with dark hair pulled back, sharp eyes, and the posture of someone who regularly tells professional athletes things they don't want to hear. She's wearing a physiotherapy lanyard. She looks at me, clocks the faint green stain on the cuff of my blazer that I thought I'd cleaned off, and says nothing. She slides a spare name placard down the table to me. It says BEX Navarro, Physiotherapy. I flip the blank side up and write Sonny Delacroix, Nutrition in a pen I find in my bag. She looks at it. She nods once. I decide we are going to be friends. Coach Devereaux finishes his opening remarks. Player introductions follow, names and numbers cycling past me while I take notes and try to match faces to the roster I memorized last week. Left winger. Right winger. Defensemen. More defensemen. The team captain, Dylan Casey, the one they call Rooster, because of a chirping habit during face-offs, is easy to place. He's the one with the easy grin and the kind of charm that looks effortless because he's been practicing it since birth. He makes a joke. The room laughs. And then I see him. He's at the far end of the table. Clean jersey now, of course. Arms crossed. Chair pushed back an inch from the table, subtle, barely noticeable, but enough that he occupies his own separate space. He is not looking at me. He is not looking at anyone. He is looking at a point on the wall that apparently contains something more interesting than everything happening in this room. Liam Beckett. I put the name to the face. To the stance. To the green smoothie incident in the corridor. I write his name in my notes. I underline it once. I don't know why. After the briefing, Bex finds me in the hallway. "First day," she says. Not a question. An assessment. That obvious. The cart gave it away. She falls into step beside me. "Also, you came in looking like you'd just survived something." "I had an incident," I say. "On the way in." "With the cart." "And a player." "Which player?" "I don't know." "Tall. Dark hair. Did not appear to own a facial expression." Beck stops walking. I stop too. Look at her. Her face has done something complicated. A series of small expressions moving across it too fast for me to read all of them. She says, "Green smoothie." "How did you?" "Because half the team just texted me asking if it was true that someone smoothie bombed Beckett on his way to warm-ups." I open my mouth. I close it. Liam Beckett, Beck says, watching me. Starting goalie. 6 years in the league. Save percentage that makes other goalies want to retire. Has not smiled publicly in approximately 3 seasons. She pauses. Also the most likely person in this building to simply look at you and say nothing. He considers eye contact a form of aggression. I look down at my cart. I look at the green stain on the corridor floor, still visible from here, a perfect record of how my first day in the NHL began. I look back up at Bex. "Perfect," I say. She raises an eyebrow. I mean it, which I recognize is a problem I'll need to examine later. Chapter 2. The Intrusion. Liam. I showered for the second time today before 10 in the morning. The spinach smell didn't fully come out of my hair until the third shampoo. I know it's spinach because whoever made that drink apparently believed in putting the entire vegetable aisle in a blender. I stood under the water and catalogued what I could identify. Spinach, definitely. Banana. Something else. Something that smelled like the color green had achieved sentience and decided to express itself. I changed. I went to practice. I did not think about her. I thought about her 6 times during warm-up. This is irritating. I am a man who controls what he thinks about. I have to be. The crease is a geometry problem and the only way to solve it is to eliminate everything that isn't the puck. I have been doing this for 6 years at this level. I have blocked out crowds of 50,000. Playoff pressure. The last 3 seasons of everything. I can absolutely eliminate one small woman with a runaway cart and a visible tendency to talk when she's nervous. She talked a lot. Even after I started walking away, I could hear her, still apologizing to the empty hallway, voice bouncing off the corridor walls, not quite stopping until I turned the corner. Like the words had their own momentum. Like she couldn't get them to stand down. I haven't had a conversation with someone that long in weeks. It was mostly just her talking. I said nothing. I'm counting it anyway. Stop. I stop. I face the net. Rooster fires a warm-up shot low and left and I drop and catch it, and the familiar weight of the pad against my arm settles everything back into place. This is where I live. Inside this crease, behind this mask, between these pipes. Everything else is noise. I stand up. Reset. Rooster fires another one. Beckett. I catch it. Hey. Beckett. I'm warming up. I know you are. He skates around behind the net, casual as anything, like he's just passing through and not specifically here to bother me. I'm just saying. Interesting morning. Practice starts in 4 minutes. She got you right in the chest though. That's pretty impressive. Considering he gestures broadly at all of me. You know. You. I look at him through the mask. He grins. He has the exact grin of a man who has never once in his life let something go. I don't know what you think happened, I say. I think what happened is extensively documented via team group chat. He pulls out his phone. I can see the screen from here. Multiple messages. A photograph. One of the rookies must have been in the corridor, seen the aftermath, and had the presence of mind to document the green splash pattern on my jersey before I walked out of sight. There are 37 replies. I turn back to the net. She's cute, Rooster says. 4 minutes. New nutritionist, apparently. First day. I heard she set up a whole cart thing and then, well. You know the rest. A pause. She okay? I catch the next shot without answering. The cart seems fine, is what I'm saying, Rooster adds. She was still standing. I didn't see her leaving or anything. Why would she be leaving? Because she just soaked the most approachable man on the team. He says it straight. No extra weight. He's good at that, saying the true thing in a voice that makes you almost miss it. I don't take the bait. 3 minutes, I say. He skates away. Somewhere behind me I hear him relaying this exchange to whoever will listen, and I hear the laughter that follows, and I turn it down the way I turn down crowd noise. Clean reduction. 0 to background. Gone. I face the net. I work. The thing about my body is that I know it the way a mechanic knows an engine he's been servicing for years. Every function, every output. I know the difference between general fatigue and specific fatigue. I know how my right hip performs differently than my left in the butterfly position. I know exactly what 2 weeks of poor sleep does to my lateral push speed in the first 10 minutes of a third period. What I don't know is why, over the past 7 months, the numbers have been quietly, consistently going the wrong way. Recovery time up. Weight down slightly, not dramatically, but enough that 2 pairs of practice pants fit differently than they did last season. Reaction time measured in fractions of a second that are still elite but were marginally better 18 months ago. Nothing the coaches have flagged. Nothing the trainers have flagged. I flagged it myself because I am the only one paying close enough attention, and I don't have an answer. Training is the same. Sleep is the same. Conditioning is the same. I've added work where I found gaps. I've cut variables I couldn't control. I haven't changed anything about how I eat because I eat the way I've eaten for 6 years and it has worked, and I am not someone who fixes what isn't broken. In the post-practice shower, unwinding the tape from my wrists, I think about the decline line on my recovery chart and feel the low-grade irritation that I always feel about things I cannot explain. I am good at solutions. I am not good at mysteries I'm not sure I'm asking the right questions about. Okay, but genuinely, Rooster says from 2 lockers down, do we think she did it on purpose? No, I say. I'm not asking you, you were the victim. She didn't do it on purpose. How do you know? Nutritionists are sneaky. They're trying to get us to eat differently. Maybe it's, like, guerrilla tactics. Smoothie warfare. Kowalski, one of the defense men, 22 years old, too much energy, says, what does that even mean? I'm just saying. She showed up on day 1 with a whole cart. That's a confident move. That's someone with a plan. The wheel pulled left, I say. Both of them look at me. The cart, I say. The left wheel was pulling. It wasn't control, it was equipment failure. I pull on my shirt. Stop building a theory. Rooster's face does the thing where he's smiling but barely letting it show. How do you know about the wheel? I open my locker. I do not answer. Beckett, Kowalski says, with the tone of a man arriving late at a party, did you look at her? She was in the corridor. That's a yes. It's a factual statement. Rooster sits back on the bench. He is deeply, visibly satisfied with himself. I find this more annoying than most things. I'm just saying, he says, she came back here. She's setting up her office down on 3. Bex vouches for her, which I know you don't care about, but I care about, and Bex doesn't vouch for people easily. And she's apparently very, he searches for a word. Sunny. I look at him. He points upward. That's actually her name. Sunny. Like the, he points again. I understood the reference. Just making sure. I close the locker. Are we done? Are you going to pretend you don't remember exactly what she looked like? I turn and walk out of the locker room. Behind me I hear Kowalski say something and Rooster laugh, and then the door closes and the sound cuts off and I am in the hallway where the corridor meets the stairwell, and it is quiet, and I am fine. The hallway smells faintly of spinach. I walk faster. The email comes at 6:47 p.m. I'm in my apartment. I eat at this hour every night, same meal, same time, same chair, and I'm halfway through when my phone lights up with the team management address and a subject line that reads, Wellness Integration Program, Player Assignments. I read it. I read it again. As part of the Orcus commitment to holistic player performance, all rostered players will participate in individual nutritional consultations with the team's new registered dietitian, Sunny Delacroix, MS, RD, CSSD. Sessions are mandatory and will be scheduled in coordination with each player's training calendar. Your first session has been scheduled for Monday at 9 a.m. Attendance is non-optional. Please direct questions to. I put the phone face down on the table. I pick it up. Read it a third time. Put it down. I open the email. I start a reply. I type, I'd like to decline participation in. I delete it. This is how management works. You either engage with it or you become the issue. I have been in this league long enough to know that the players who fight administrative mandates spend energy they could spend on the actual game. I don't have energy to spare. I have a championship to chase and a body that is running at 94% of where it was 2 years ago for reasons I cannot currently identify. I close the email. I eat the rest of my dinner. I clear the plate. I wash it. I stand at the sink and look at the window and the dark city beyond it and I think about 94% and I think about what I cannot identify and I think, very briefly, about a cartwheel that pulled left and a voice that kept talking even after the person it belonged to knew I was no longer listening. I am going to be completely professional. I am going to attend the session on Monday, answer the questions I need to answer, and give her enough to complete whatever assessment management wants completed. She will do her job. I will do mine. These are 2 separate, parallel things that do not need to intersect beyond the minimum required. I will not think about her again tonight. I go to bed. I think about her twice more. Chapter 3. Dr. Perfect. Sunny. Dr. Marcus Hayes has very good shoes. That's the first thing I notice when he walks into the medical staff briefing on Wednesday morning. Dark brown leather, polished to a shine that says I have been doing this longer than you have been alive and I would like you to know it. He is 60 or close to it, silver-haired, with the particular posture of a man who has never once in his career needed to introduce himself first. The room rearranges itself slightly when he enters. Not dramatically. Just enough. He sits at the head of the table. He opens a folder. He does not look at me. There are 7 of us in the room: Hayes, 2 assistant trainers, the team physiotherapist who I now know as Bex, a sports psychologist named Dr. Owens who blinks slowly like a man conserving energy, a massage therapist named Pete who appears to be asleep, and me. I have my notebook open. I have 3 pens because I always lose one. I have a printed copy of my first week assessment framework because I like to have something in my hands when I'm trying not to look nervous. Hayes begins the briefing without preamble. He covers injury reports from the previous season, return-to-play protocols, the updated concussion screening process. He speaks clearly and with authority, and he is, by any objective measure, very good at his job. I take notes. I listen. I wait for my introduction, which management told me would happen here. 20 minutes in, Hayes pauses. He looks at his folder. Then he looks up, and for the first time, he looks at me. We have a new addition to the support staff this season, he says. Sonny Delacroix, sports nutrition. Master's level. Coming to us from the collegiate system. He looks back at his folder. Sonny, you want to take a minute? I do not let myself register collegiate system delivered in that particular tone. I smile. I stand. I give the 2-minute version, my background, my approach, my goals for the first month. I mention the individual assessments, the team-wide protocol review, the CART initiative that I do not call the CART initiative out loud because the smoothie incident is still trending in the team group chat and I have some dignity left. When I finish, Hayes says, "Good. One question." "Sure," I say. "Your approach, the individual assessments, the customized plans, that's going to require a significant amount of player time." He says it pleasantly. Like a man raising a practical concern. Given that we're 3 weeks from training camp opening, how are you planning to manage that without cutting into recovery and conditioning blocks? I've already coordinated with the training calendar, I say. Sessions are scheduled around existing commitments. Nothing overlaps. Right. He nods. And the food log component? You're asking players to self-report intake. For the initial 2 weeks, yes. It gives me a baseline. Self-report data in elite athletes tends to be notoriously unreliable. He says it gently. Not unkind. Perfectly reasonable. Like he is simply sharing a known fact for my benefit. There's fairly solid research on the accuracy gap between reported and actual intake. I'd want to make sure the protocols you're building aren't based on data that skews the picture before you even start. There is a short silence. I'm aware of the accuracy gap, I say. The logs are one data point among several. They're combined with performance metrics, body composition measurements, and direct observation during team meals. No single source drives the assessment. Of course. He smiles. It is a collegial smile. And of course she knows that, silly me smile. He looks back at his folder. Just flagging it. Important to get the methodology right from the start. Absolutely, I say. I sit down. Bex writes something on the edge of her notepad and slides it toward me without looking. I glance down. It says, he does this to everyone. Then below it, underlined, he doesn't do it this fast. I write back, noted. I underline it twice. The rest of the briefing is straightforward. Hayes covers 3 more agenda items. He does not look at me again. When it's over, he collects his folder, exchanges a few words with Dr. Owens, and leaves. The room empties in his wake like water after a wave. Bex is beside me before I've closed my notebook. He's going to be a problem, she says. He's fine, I say. She looks at me with the expression of someone who has known me for less than a week and has already learned more than most people figure out in a year. You just said fine in the voice you use when things are very not fine. I have more than one voice. You have 2. There's your actual voice and there's your fine voice, and your fine voice is quieter and faster and you used it just now. I pick up my pens. All 3 of them. He asked legitimate questions. He asked questions he already knew the answers to in front of a room full of people you're going to need to work with. I know what he did. So stop saying he's fine. I put the notebook under my arm. I look at the empty head of the table where Hayes was sitting 3 minutes ago and the polished surface of it and the way the overhead light reflects off the wood. I know what he did, I say again, quieter. And I can't prove it. So right now, he's fine. I look at her. Can you live with that? She considers this. Barely. Good enough. Back in my office, I close the door and sit down. My office is small, a desk, 2 chairs, a filing cabinet, a window that looks out onto the parking structure. I've been making it mine in small ways, a plant on the windowsill that I've named Gerald, a laminated nutrition chart on the wall, a whiteboard with the first week's player schedule written in 3 colors. It doesn't look like much yet. It will. I open my laptop. I pull up the player file I've been building for Monday's first session. Beckett, Liam. Number 31. Starting goalie. Portland Orcas. I have the professional data already, 6 seasons, current stats, training logs pulled from the team system, a physical assessment from last year's camp. What I don't have yet is the picture underneath the numbers. The picture is always what matters. Anyone can read a chart. Reading the person behind the chart is the actual job. I type his name into a search. Sports coverage mostly. Save percentages. A quote from 2 seasons ago about the team's defensive structure, given in the fewest possible words. A profile from 3 years back that I don't read fully because the headline mentions before the tragedy and I feel the edges of something I should approach carefully. I search more specifically. Caleb Beckett. Portland. The obituary is the 3rd result. Caleb James Beckett, age 26, of Portland, Oregon, passed away on March 14 following a motor vehicle accident. He is survived by his mother, Nina Beckett, and his brother, Liam Beckett of the Portland Orcas. Caleb was a passionate hockey fan and his brother's most dedicated supporter. In lieu of flowers, the family requests donations to the Portland Youth Hockey Foundation, which Caleb volunteered with for 4 years. I read it once. I read it again. I look at the date. March 14. 3 years ago. The night of the playoff game. I know the game because I know the Orcas record, because I did my research when I got this job, because I always do my research. Game 5 against Nashville. Liam Beckett played all 60 minutes and stopped 41 shots. The Orcas won. It was, by every account, the best game of his career. His brother's most dedicated supporter. I close the laptop. I sit back in my chair. I look at Gerald on the windowsill. Gerald is a pothose because pothos are resilient and grow in low light, and I have always thought there's something right about keeping a plant that doesn't need much from you to survive. I think about Monday. About a 9 a.m. session with a man who communicates in silence and walked away from a full apology without a word and has not, by any public record, smiled in 3 years. I think about what I am and am not here to do. I know the type of practitioner who walks into a room with someone's grief and tries to process it for them. Who treats every hard piece of information as a door to walk through, who sees pain as a problem to solve rather than a fact to respect. I have met those practitioners. I have, in my worst moments, been in danger of becoming one. I am not going to walk into that session and manage Liam Beckett's loss. I am not going to be gentle at him in a way that signals I know something he hasn't told me. I am not going to fix what I was not asked to fix. I am going to ask him what he eats for breakfast. I am going to look at his recovery metrics. I am going to do the job I was hired to do with the same care and precision I give every client, and I am going to let him be exactly who he is, walls and silence and the history he carries, without trying to dismantle any of it. I am not going to fix him. I am going to feed him. That is the job. That is enough. Chapter 4. 9 o'clock. Liam. I am 5 minutes late on purpose. This is not something I do in general. I am a man who arrives early to everything, practices, flights, meetings, the dentist. I am early because early means you control the space before the event begins. Being late to this session is a deliberate departure from my own character, and I am aware of that, and I do it anyway, because 5 minutes late says, this is not a priority. 5 minutes late says, I'm here because I was told to be, not because I have any investment in this. 5 minutes late is a message. I round the corner to the nutrition office at 9:05. She is sitting at her desk writing something in a notebook. She does not look up when I fill the doorway. She finishes the sentence she's writing, caps her pen, and then looks up. "Liam," she says. "Not Mr. Beckett. Not you're late." "Just my name," said plainly, like I'm exactly who she expected at exactly the time she expected me. There is a thermos on the desk. Whatever is in it smells warm and faintly like cinnamon, and I feel the specific irritation of a person who came prepared to be unmoved and finds the first variable is already working against them. I sit down. She puts a single sheet of paper in front of me. A food log template, clean and simple, no clutter. "I want to start with a 24-hour recall," she says. "Yesterday, start to finish. Everything you ate and drank, as close to exact quantities as you can get. Don't edit it for me, I need the real picture, not the ideal one." "Yesterday," I say. "Yesterday." I tell her. Breakfast, protein shake, eggs, 2 slices of bread. Mid-morning, a protein bar from the training room. Lunch, whatever was laid out at the facility, I think it was chicken, some rice, I don't remember exactly how much. Afternoon, coffee. Post-practice, another shake. Dinner, pasta, a portion size I estimate but don't measure. She writes while I talk. She doesn't react to any of it, no raised eyebrows, no small sounds of approval or concern. She just writes. When I finish, she looks at the page for a moment. "How long have you been doing the 2-shake structure?" she asks. "A few years." "With the same formula?" "Yes." She nods. She puts the pen down. She folds her hands on the desk in a way that is not performative, just how she naturally settles when she's about to say something, and she says, "I want to walk you through 3 things I'm seeing. You can push back on any of it." I say nothing. She takes this as agreement, which is the correct read. First, she says, the timing of your post-practice shake is working against your recovery window. You want protein and carbohydrates within 30 minutes of finishing. Based on what you've described, you're hitting that at 45 to 60, most days. That gap matters more than people think. It's not dramatic, but over a full season it compounds. I look at her. How much does it compound? In recovery rate? Meaningfully. In your case specifically, she pulls up something on her laptop, turns it toward me. A chart. My performance metrics from the last 2 seasons, laid alongside a recovery curve that I have never seen formatted this way before. I pulled your team data. You see this slope here? I see it. The slope is small. The slope is exactly the slope I've been tracking in my own notes for 7 months. I say nothing. Second, she continues, your protein distribution across the day is front-loaded. You're getting a large portion at dinner when your body's capacity to synthesize it is lower. Spreading it more evenly, particularly adding a meaningful amount at lunch, would change what your muscles have available during peak training hours. She waits. I give her a short nod. Third. She pauses. Just briefly. You're under-eating carbohydrates. I look up. I know, she says, calmly, like she expected this reaction. I know you're not doing it deliberately and I know it doesn't feel that way because you're eating full meals. But goalies at your training intensity need a carbohydrate intake that supports that output, and your logs are running below it. Not by a dramatic amount. Enough that by the 3rd period of a hard game, your glycogen stores are closer to depleted than they need to be. The 3rd period numbers. I've been clocking a marginal but consistent dip in my 3rd period lateral speed for 2 seasons and I attributed it to age, which I apparently found more acceptable than it being something fixable. How did you get my training intensity data? I ask. The team training calendar. I cross-referenced it with your position requirements. She says it like this is obvious. Like of course she did that before sitting down with me. I look at the chart on her laptop. I look at the food log in front of me. I look at her. She is watching me process all of this. Not expectantly. Not with the expression of someone waiting for praise. Just watching, in the way of a person who is comfortable in the gap between speaking and hearing a response. Most people panic in silence. I have spent 6 years using this against people, a long pause, no expression, and whoever is across from me starts filling the space, talking faster, giving more ground than they intended to. It's a reflex I have honed without meaning to. She doesn't fill the space. She just sits there, unhurried, and waits. It is the most disorienting thing that has happened to me this week. I'll adjust the post-practice timing, I say finally. The carbohydrate distribution, what does that look like in practice? She reaches into a folder and puts a single page on the desk. A simple, practical meal structure. Not a lecture. Not a 40-slide deck. One page. Try this for 2 weeks, she says. It's built around your current food preferences as much as I can manage without knowing them better. We can refine it as we go. I pick up the page. I read it. It is, I look for the right word, reasonable. It is reasonable in a way I didn't expect, which means I have no grounds for objection, which means I am going to follow it, which is not a conclusion I would have predicted at 9:04 when I was standing in the hallway prepared to be professionally obstinate for 45 minutes. Fine, I say. Good. She closes her laptop. Same time Wednesday. I stand. I pick up the meal plan. I'll be here, I say. I leave before she responds. I don't know why I leave fast. I tell myself it's because I have ice time at 10. This is true. It is not the full truth. Practice runs from 10 until noon. I am in the net from the first whistle, and the morning session is hard the way I like it, relentless, no breathing room, Rooster running a 4-check drill that turns into an extended shooting gallery at my expense. I stop 80% of what comes at me. The other 20% I catalog. The fifth goal is a high glove shot I should have had. I note it. I move on. At the break, Rooster skates up with the particular energy of a man who has been waiting for an opening. So, he says. 9 o'clock. Don't. I'm not doing anything. I'm just noting the time. 9 o'clock is an interesting choice for a first appointment. It was assigned to me. And how was it? I look at him through the mask. He looks back at me with the cheerful invincibility of a man who knows he is the most likable person in any room he enters and has never once felt the need to be guarded about anything. It is a quality I find baffling and, privately, something I would have once called lucky. Fine, I say. He nods slowly. You're going back Wednesday. It's mandatory. Right. He taps his stick against the ice. Once, twice. A thinking habit. You look slightly less dead today. I push off the post and skate back to the center of my crease. Practice is resuming in 40 seconds. I'm just saying, as an observation, from a teammate. Rooster. Yeah. The drill. He grins. He skates backward toward the face-off circle. He says nothing else, which is the closest he gets to dropping something, meaning he hasn't dropped it at all. I face the net. I set my feet. I think about a recovery window and a chart I have been building in my own notebook for 7 months and 1 page of meal adjustments that I folded and put in my jacket pocket rather than leaving on the desk. I think about I'll be here. Said with no question mark. Said the way you say something you've already decided. Rooster fires the puck. I stop it. Chapter 5. What she carries. Sunny. My mother calls on Thursday at 7:12 p.m., which means it's a bad day. Good days, she calls between 2 and 4 in the afternoon. She's had her medications, she's done her stretches, and her voice has the light quality that I grew up thinking of as her actual voice, quick and warm, full of opinions about whatever she's been reading. Bad days, she waits until evening. Something about the evening feels safer for bad news, I think. Like the day being nearly over makes the weight of it easier to lift. 7:12 is bad. Hey, Mom. I put her on speaker and start unpacking the grocery bag on my counter, which I have been unpacking for the past 3 days in the sense that I keep putting it down to do something else and coming back to it. Hi, sweetheart. Her voice is slower today. Careful. Like she's stepping across a floor she isn't sure will hold. How was the week? Good, I say. Really good. The team is, they're a lot to get to know all at once, but I think it's going to work. The facility is great. My office has a window. A window, she says. That's something. Gerald is thriving. Tell Gerald I said hello. A pause. The kind that means she's repositioning, either physically or in the conversation. I had a bad couple of days. I figured. I keep my voice easy. Not too light. She can tell when I'm performing lightness for her and she hates it, so I've learned to calibrate. Easy is not the same as bright. Easy means I'm here and I'm not going anywhere and you don't have to manage how I receive this. The fatigue thing again. The fatigue and the hip. The new medication, Dr. Reyes thinks it might be contributing. She wants to try adjusting the dosage. Okay. That sounds like a reasonable next step. It means 2 weeks of feeling worse before I might feel better. She says it plainly. Not complaining. Just reporting the fact of it, which is how she's handled her illness my entire life, clear-eyed, no unnecessary drama, an acceptance I have always admired and occasionally, secretly, found unbearable. I know, I say. Do you want me to call Dr. Reyes? I can go through the dosage adjustment timeline with her. Sonny. I'm just saying, if you want me to. I want you to unpack your groceries and eat dinner and tell me something about Portland that isn't about work. I look at the groceries. I pick up a carton of oat milk. I put it in the fridge. It's raining, I say. It's always raining there. I like it. The rain is consistent. I find it reliable. She makes a sound that is almost a laugh. Almost. You're so strange, she says, with the specific warmth of a woman who made me and knows exactly how strange I am and chooses me anyway. I got that from you. You absolutely did not. A real pause now, a resting pause, the kind that means she's somewhere comfortable. Are you eating? Mom. I'm asking. I'm a nutritionist. Nutritionists are terrible at feeding themselves, everyone knows that. Therapists are terrible at self-care. Doctors are the worst patients. It's a whole thing. I'm eating, I say. And then, because she will know if I make it too easy, mostly. I've been busy. Eat, Sonny. I will. Tonight. Yes, tonight. We talk for another 20 minutes. I ask about her neighbor Dolores, who has been delivering casseroles twice a week since my mother's last flare and who my mother describes as both a nuisance and the best possible thing to have happened to her building. I ask about the book club. She tells me about a disagreement over a novel set in World War II France that nearly came to blows, which for a group of 70-year-olds in suburban Ohio is apparently quite exciting. By the time we hang up, she sounds lighter. Not well, she won't be well in the way she used to be, and I made my peace with it somewhere around my 19th birthday in the waiting room of a rheumatology clinic, holding her insurance forms. But lighter. Manageable. Good enough for tonight. I put the phone down on the counter. The apartment is quiet. I stand in the kitchen with the remaining groceries half put away and I let the quiet sit for a minute. I don't fill it. I don't turn on music or open my laptop or start organizing tomorrow's session notes the way I usually would when the evening starts to get heavy. I just stand there. I am very tired. Not physically. That kind of tired isn't about sleep. It's the specific exhaustion of a person who has been holding a particular shape for a long time, cheerful, capable, fine, everything is fine, and sometimes, in a kitchen alone at 7:45 on a Thursday, the shape gets heavy. I have not told anyone how heavy it gets. That is not a complaint. It is just a fact. Bex shows up at 8:30 with a bottle of wine and the energy of a woman who has decided that her new friend is going to eat dinner if she has to stand there and watch it happen. She looks at the half-unpacked groceries. She looks at me. She puts the wine on the counter and says, "Sit down. I'll cook." You don't have to. I want to. She opens the fridge. You have oat milk, half an onion, and a block of tofu. This is a cry for help. I have pasta in the cupboard. Okay. Sit. Talk. I sit at the small kitchen table. She moves through my kitchen with the comfort of someone who has cooked in unfamiliar spaces before. She finds a pot. She finds the pasta. She starts water boiling with the focused efficiency of a woman who has limited patience for inefficiency. How was it, she says. This week. Actually. Good, I say. Then I hear myself. Hayes is strategic. Hayes is a 59-year-old man who has been the most important person in that medical bay for 18 years, and he watched a 27-year-old walk in with a master's degree and a cart and take up space he considers his. Bex cuts the onion without drama. He's not going to come at you directly. He's going to come at you sideways every time. I know. Do you have a plan? Do excellent work. Be unimpeachable. She looks over her shoulder. That's it. That's it. She turns back to the stove. It's a good plan if you have nothing he can use. There is a very small silence. I don't say anything into it. Bex keeps cooking. She is not a woman who pushes, which is one of the things I like about her. She plants a question and lets you decide what to do with it. I pick up my wine glass. I look at it. I say, there was a thing. In my internship. 3 years ago. She doesn't turn around. A distance runner. Elite level. I designed her meal plan as part of my supervised caseload. She was working with my supervisor too, not just me. I did everything right: full intake assessment, full health screening, consultation with the supervising dietitian before implementing anything. I take a sip. She had an undiagnosed cardiac arrhythmia. Her cardiologist knew. She didn't disclose it to the sports medicine team. Nutrition protocol was fine, nothing contraindicated, but the combination of training load and electrolyte shifts during a race triggered an episode. She was hospitalized, Bex says. Not a question. For 2 days. She recovered fully. There was an internal investigation. I was cleared, completely, formally cleared, with documentation. The finding was that the failure was a disclosure failure on the athlete's part and a coordination failure between her cardiology team and the sports medicine team. I was explicitly found to have met every standard. But the investigation happened. My name was in the report. Cleared is cleared until someone reads the summary without the conclusion and decides to fill in the gap themselves. I put the glass down. No one at the Orcus knows about it. I disclosed it in my application and HR confirmed it was not a barrier to hire. It's old. It's done. It's sitting on you, Bex says. I look at her back. At the set of her shoulders. Yeah, I say. She finishes the pasta in silence. She plates it. She brings it to the table and sits across from me and we eat, and she doesn't tell me it's fine and she doesn't tell me I'm overthinking it and she doesn't do the thing I most feared, which is tilt her head and look at me with concern. She just eats. She asks me to pass the salt. She tells me about a defenseman's calf strain that is more complicated than the initial assessment suggested. It is, improbably, exactly what I need. After she leaves, I sit at my desk and open my player notes. It's something I do at the end of every week: review the week's sessions, update my observations, flag anything that needs follow-up. There's satisfaction in it. Evidence of work. Names on a page that were blank 3 weeks ago, now full of specifics. Real people, real data, real problems with real solutions. I work through the roster systematically. Rooster's post-game recovery habits. Kowalski's pre-game anxiety eating pattern, I flagged it, gently, and he agreed to try a standardized pre-game meal with less variation. 3 of the defensemen who all independently eat the same terrible fast food at the same terrible time and seem almost proud of it. I get to the last entry. Beckett, Liam. I review my session notes from Monday. His recall data. The 3 issues I identified. The meal plan I gave him. I note that he took the page. That he read it fully before responding. That he asked one question, the compounding question, how much does it compound, before going quiet for a stretch that most people would have broken. He didn't break it. I write, shows up. Does the work. Believes nothing about himself. I look at that sentence. I don't delete it because it's true even if it's more personal than a clinical note technically needs to be. There is a longer pause. Outside my window, Portland is raining. Of course it's raining. It's the most reliable thing about this city so far, and I have decided to treat that as a positive. I pick up the pen again. At the bottom of his entry, below the clinical data, I write, follow up on sleep patterns. I close the notebook. I eat the rest of my pasta. My mother would be pleased. Gerald is thriving. The rain is steady and it is enough, for tonight, to let those things be the whole of it. Chapter 6. Adjustments. Liam. The changes work. I don't say this out loud. I don't say it to Rooster, who has been watching me with the attentiveness of a man waiting for a stock he invested in to go up. I don't say it to the trainers, who pull my metrics every 2 weeks and would notice on their own soon enough. I don't say it to Sunny, who sits across the desk from me on Wednesday and Friday mornings and asks her questions and writes her notes and does not, at any point, ask me how I'm feeling about any of it. I say it to nobody. But my body knows. Day 4 of the adjusted meal structure, post-practice recovery time down by roughly 15 minutes. I can feel it in the way I come back from fatigue, faster, cleaner, less of that heavy plateau I'd been treating as just how things are now. Day 8, the third period drag I've been tracking for 2 seasons is reduced. Not gone. Reduced. Enough that I notice in the second game of a home stretch when I stop a breakaway at the 58-minute mark and my legs have something left. I stop it clean. I hold the puck. I look at the red lamp above the net, dark, and I feel the specific satisfaction of a problem I've been circling for 7 months beginning to resolve. I don't tell her. What I do is show up to the Wednesday session and answer her questions accurately, which is more than I was doing the first week when I was answering them approximately. She asks about the carbohydrate timing. I tell her it's working. She writes it down. She moves on. She does not make a production of being right, which I find, I search for the word, appropriate. It is professionally appropriate behavior. It is also, quietly, something else that I do not name. The Friday session runs long because she has a new set of questions about sleep and I have not, until now, acknowledged that my sleep is a variable worth discussing. She is patient about it. She does not push. She asks the questions in the same clinical voice she uses for everything else and I answer them in the same flat voice I use for everything else, and by the end of the session she has a full sleep assessment that apparently tells her enough to adjust my evening protein intake. One more thing, she says, as I'm standing to leave. I wait. She holds up a small labeled bag. Inside, several portions of something dark and flat, wrapped in paper. Recovery bars, she says. I make them in batches. They're not glamorous and the texture takes some getting used to, but the macros are exactly right for your post-skate window. Try one tonight and let me know if it's an edible. I take the bag. I look at it. You made these last night. It's not a big deal. I look up at her. She is already back to her notes, pen moving. Like handing a 6'4" NHL goalie a bag of homemade food is a completely routine thing to do on a Friday morning. Like it requires no acknowledgement whatsoever. I leave with the bag. In the car, at the red light 2 blocks from the facility, I open it and eat one of the bars. It is dense and faintly sweet and tastes like oats and something nutty, and it is, objectively, quite good. The texture is fine. I don't know what she was worried about. I think about texting her to say it's not an edible. I do not text her. I drive home. I have a room in my apartment that I don't go into often. It started as a guest room. Then Caleb stayed in it so many times it became his room without either of us deciding that officially. He kept a duffel bag in the closet. He had a specific opinion about which side of the bed faced the right direction for the window light in the morning. He complained, every single time, about the pillow firmness, and every single time I told him to bring his own pillow, and he never did. After the accident I cleaned out the duffel bag. I moved the furniture. I framed his jersey, a Portland Orcas replica he bought the season I made the roster, wore to every home game he could get tickets to, washed so many times the numbers had started to crack at the edges, and hung it on the wall. Then I closed the door and did not go in for most of a year. I go in now approximately twice a month. I don't have a reason I could explain. I just go in and I stand and I look at the jersey and at the room that used to hold his noise and his duffel bag and his specific opinions, and then I leave. Tonight, I do something I haven't done before. I take it off the wall. The frame is a simple black one. I didn't spend a lot of time choosing it. I just needed something to put it in so it would stay flat, so it would last, so it would be held the way I couldn't figure out how to hold anything else in the months after he died. I flip the latches on the back and open it and I take the jersey out. It smells like nothing now. That's the thing that gets me when I let it. When it was new, when he wore it, it smelled like him, some generic deodorant he'd been using since high school, the specific warmth of a person. That's gone. 3 years of framing has made it just fabric. Just a number and a name and a color. I hold it. I don't know for how long. Long enough that the room gets dark around me and I don't get up to turn on the light. I sit on the edge of the bare mattress in the dark with the jersey in my hands and I think about who I was when he was alive. I think about it the way you think about a country you used to live in, the geography clear, the feeling of being there distant, the language half forgotten. I was different. The locker room was different. I was the one who organized the team Christmas party 3 years running. I was the one who put fake spiders in Rooster's gear in October because Rooster is privately terrified of spiders and publicly refused to admit it. I answered every single piece of fan mail that came to the facility because Caleb found out I'd stopped responding to letters from kids and called me and said, "Liam, they're kids," in a voice that made me feel about 14 years old, and I started responding again the next week. I was the one who laughed. I wasn't loud about it. I wasn't the type who filled a room. But I laughed, easily and often, at the right things and at the wrong things and at Rooster's terrible jokes and at myself and at the particular absurdity of grown men fighting over a rubber disc for a living. I haven't laughed since March of 3 years ago. I have made the sound, occasionally, in the way your body sometimes mimics a function without producing the real thing. But the actual thing, the loose, unguarded thing, has not happened. Rooster knows this and carries it the way he carries everything that matters to him, which is to say visibly and without apology. He says things like, "You used to do this and remember when you," and I usually cut him off, but sometimes I let him finish, and the memory lands in the room for a second before I put it away again. He is waiting for something. I don't know what. I don't have anything to give him. I put the jersey back in the frame. I latch it. I hang it on the wall and I straighten it and I turn the light on and I leave the room and I close the door. In the kitchen, I make the post-practice shake Sunny adjusted, the new formula, different ratios, a banana she specifically recommended, and I drink it standing at the window. The city is dark and wet and present. I am here and it is fine and I am going to sleep and tomorrow is Saturday and there is a game on Sunday and I have work to do. I finish the shake. I rinse the glass. I go to bed. Wednesday morning. Session 3. I leave my apartment at 8:32. The facility is 12 minutes from my building, a route I know exactly, no variables. I arrive at 8:44. The session is at 9. I am 8 minutes early. I sit in the hallway outside her office door. Her light is on, I can see it under the door, and I can hear, faintly, the sound of her moving around inside. A chair. A drawer. Someone who has been here longer than I have. I sit in the hallway with my hands on my knees and I look at the opposite wall and I do not examine the fact that I am 8 minutes early to an appointment I spent the first week treating as a mandatory inconvenience. I will not examine this. I will not. Chapter 7. The wall has a crack. Sunny. I get the call from Dr. Reyes at 8:43 a.m. I'm in my office, which means I have exactly 17 minutes before my 9 o'clock session, which means I have to take the call standing up and keep my voice level and handle whatever is coming before I switch modes and become a professional. The adjustment isn't working the way we hoped, Dr. Reyes says. She is kind and thorough and has been managing my mother's care for 4 years, and when she leads with "isn't working," I know she has already considered every other way to say this. The fatigue is worsening rather than improving. We're going to need to try something else. It means starting a new assessment cycle. How long? 4 to 6 weeks before we have meaningful data on the new approach. 4 to 6 weeks of worse before better. Again. I think of my mother on the phone at 7:12, voice careful, stepping across uncertain ground. I think of Dolores and her casseroles and the book club that my mother is going to try to attend even on the bad days because she is the most stubborn, most admirable person I have ever met. Okay, I say. Thank you for calling. Of course. She's doing everything right, Sunny. This is just the nature of it. I know it's the nature of it. That's the part that doesn't get easier, knowing that the right effort and the right treatment and the right everything can still add up to 4 to 6 more weeks of hard. The unfairness of it is something I have decided not to spend energy on because energy is finite and my mother needs mine and I need some for myself and there is simply not enough left over for unfairness. I hang up. I stand in the middle of my office for 30 seconds. Then I pick up my notebook, straighten my chair, and open the door. Liam Beckett is sitting in the hallway. I stop in the doorway. He is in the plastic chair against the wall, forearms on his knees, looking at the floor with the focused attention of a man with nowhere to be, which is the exact opposite of what this is. He looks up. A beat of something crosses his face, not embarrassment. Nothing so soft as that. More like the look of a man who has been caught arriving somewhere he told himself he wasn't eager to arrive. "You're early," I say. The drive was faster than usual. "Sure," I say. I stand aside. He comes in. He takes his usual chair, the one across the desk, slightly angled toward the window, which I noticed he adjusted the second session and have not moved back because clearly it works for him. He sits. He puts his hands on the arms of the chair. I sit down. I open my notebook to his page. I look at my prepared questions. I have a solid 45 minutes planned out, sleep pattern results, a hydration timing assessment, a follow-up on the carbohydrate adjustments. It is a good session plan and I have all the right questions and my voice, when I speak, is going to be completely normal. Recovery bars, I say. Inedible, or. They were fine. Fine like edible, or fine like actually good and you won't say so. A pause. Not his usual strategic pause. A shorter one, like something caught him off guard. The second one, he says. I write a completely unnecessary note in my notebook just to have somewhere to look. Good. I'll make another batch. We start the session. I run through the sleep data. He's averaging 6 hours, which is below target, and the pattern shows late onset, meaning he's not falling asleep until well after midnight. I ask about his pre-sleep routine. He describes something that is essentially the opposite of everything sleep research recommends: phone until 11, then lying in the dark waiting for something he doesn't name. We're going to adjust the evening carbohydrate timing slightly, I say. And I want you to try something. When you lie down, if you're not asleep in 20 minutes, get up. Don't stay horizontal and awake. Your brain starts associating the bed with being alert and that becomes its own problem. He looks at me. Get up and do what? Anything low stimulus. Read something boring. Sit in another room. The goal is to break the association. I don't have anything boring. Then I'll lend you a textbook on electrolyte metabolism. I say it before I've decided to say it. It's the kind of thing I'd normally cut, too familiar for where we are professionally. I feel it leaving my mouth and I brace for the silence that usually follows anything that isn't strictly clinical. He makes a sound. It is not a laugh. It is the thing that exists structurally below a laugh. The sound of something that wants to be a laugh and hasn't quite made it all the way there yet, air through the nose, a brief softening around his mouth, there and then gone in less than a second. But it was something. It was absolutely something, and we both know it, and neither of us moves for a moment. I look at my notebook. He looks at the window. The office is very quiet. I'll source my own reading material, he says finally, voice back to its usual register, like the sound didn't happen, like we have both agreed to let it not have happened. Good idea, I say. I change the subject. He lets me. We move into the hydration timing data and he answers every question with the same focus he always brings, but something is different in the room now. He is not less guarded. It's more like the guard is still there but he has turned it slightly, the way you angle a door open just enough to let air through without committing to open. He looks at me differently. Not warmer. Paying attention in a way that is separate from his usual close, assessing watch. Like he is solving a different problem than the one he came in with. We are 20 minutes from the end of the session when the door opens. Kowalski, one of the younger defense men, leans in. He does this occasionally, drops by for something minor, a question about the protein bar stock, a schedule clarification. He has the social awareness of a golden retriever and I say that with full affection. Hey, Sonny, oh, sorry. He clocks Liam and has the decency to look slightly sheepish. Didn't know you were in a session. I just wanted to ask about the electrolyte packets, the lemon ones or the, anyway. He waves a hand. I'll come back. He starts to pull the door, then stops. Oh hey, I meant to say, Beckett, I was talking to your mom at the last home game. She was saying how Caleb used to love the. He stops. Something in the room reaches him, some signal, though I don't know what I'm transmitting and I don't know what Liam is. Sorry. I'll grab you later. The door closes. The silence that follows is a different kind from any we've had before. I can feel Liam go still. Not the deliberate stillness of his usual composure. The other kind. The kind that comes before a person decides what to do with something they weren't expecting. I do not look up from my notebook. I feel him look at me. I finish writing the sentence I'm in the middle of. I cap my pen. I look up. He is watching me with the specific intensity of a man who has just understood something and is deciding what to do with the understanding. His eyes are dark and level and there is no anger in them. There is something more complicated than anger. There is the look of a person who braced for a thing that did not come and is now recalibrating what the absence means. He knows that I knew. He knows that I knew from the beginning and said nothing. Treated him the same. Asked him about his macros and his sleep patterns and lent him a notional textbook and did not, at any point, soften my voice at him or look at him with the specific careful compassion that he has been watching for and guarding against and would have closed every door against the second he detected it. I meet his eyes. I do not flinch. You ready to go over your macros? I say. A long beat. He holds my gaze for 3 full seconds. I count them without meaning to. Then he nods once. Yeah, he says. Let's go. We finish the session. I cover the macro data. He asks one question about protein distribution timing. I answer it. He writes something in the small notebook he started bringing, which he thinks I haven't noticed, but I have noticed, and it means more to me than it should. We reach the end of the hour. He stands. He picks up his notebook. He walks to the door. He stops with his hand on the frame, his back to me, and for a second I think he's going to say something. He doesn't. He walks out. The door closes quietly behind him. I put my pen down. I press both hands flat on the desk. I breathe in through my nose, out through my mouth, the way I tell every anxious athlete to breathe when something in their chest gets bigger than the room. I don't know what that was. But something in this room has shifted, and I don't think either of us is going to be able to shift it back. Chapter 8. What she didn't do. Liam. She knew about Caleb. She has known since before the first session. Since before the smoothie. Probably since the day she was hired and read through the roster and did what she apparently does with every player, which is research. Which is find the whole picture. Which is arrive at the table with the real information and not the sanitized version. She knew. And she sat across from me twice a week and asked about my sleep habits and my glycogen stores and my post-practice recovery window, and she lent me a hypothetical textbook, and she made recovery bars and handed them over like it was nothing, and not once, did she look at me with the expression that I have spent 3 years watching for and closing against. The tilted head. The softened voice. The careful, cushioned way people look at you when they know something is broken and don't know whether touching it will make it worse. She didn't do any of it. I drove home taking the long way. Across the Morrison Bridge, down through the South Waterfront, a loop I almost never make because the extra 20 minutes serves no practical purpose. I drove it at the speed limit with both hands on the wheel and I thought about what Kowalski's face looked like when he stopped mid-sentence, the specific moment he registered something in the room and knew enough to pull the door closed. I thought about the 3 seconds after I looked at her. I thought about you ready to go over your macros. Said plainly. Said like we hadn't just sat in a room where something cracked open and let the light in whether I wanted it to or not. Said with no apology and no performance and no small, careful management of my feelings. Just the next thing, said by a person who was going to let me decide what to do with what had just happened between us. I had driven another 6 minutes before I understood that was the most respectful thing anyone had done for me in 3 years. Rooster finds me in the weight room on Thursday morning. He always finds me. I have accepted this the way I've accepted Portland rain, it's coming, it's consistent, there's no umbrella sufficient to stop it. He works in silence for a few minutes, which is the closest he gets to subtlety. Incline press. Controlled. He watches me in the mirror the way he's been watching me for 3 years, not with pity, which I could dismiss, but with the particular attention of a man who genuinely wants to know if I'm still in there. "You're different this week," he says. "I'm the same." "You're not." He re-racked the bar. "I've known you for 6 years. You're different. The nutrition adjustments are affecting my recovery metrics. I'm performing better. You'd notice it on ice." "I'm not talking about ice." He sits up. Wipes his face with his shirt. "I'm talking about the fact that you were early to the session yesterday. Kowalski saw you in the hallway." "The drive was." "Yeah." He looks at me in the mirror. "The drive." I do another set. The iron is straightforward. It does what you expect it to do every time. This is what I like about it. "She knew about Caleb," I say. I don't plan to say it. It comes out the way true things sometimes do, not because you decided to speak but because the thing is too large to stay unsaid in a small room. Rooster is very still for a moment. Then, "What do you mean, knew?" "Before the first session. She knew who he was. Knew what happened." I re-rack. "She never mentioned it. She came in and did the job exactly the same as she would have done it for anyone else." He is quiet. This is rare enough that I track it. "Did she tell you she knew?" "No. Kowalski mentioned him. She was in the room. I saw it, she knew. She met my eyes and she didn't, she just." I stop. I am not good at narrating things that don't have a clean shape yet. "She didn't do what people do." "What do people do?" "They get gentle," I say. "Like you're something that might break. Like their job is to be careful with you." I pick up the next weight. "She didn't." Rooster nods slowly. He is working something through. I can see it in his face, the same expression he gets at the whiteboard during systems review when a piece clicks into place. "She sounds like someone worth keeping around," he says. "She works for the team." He looks at me. "That's not what I said." I don't answer. I do the set. He does his. The weight room hums with the familiar noise of machines and exertion and the baseline sound of work being done, and I let it fill the space where a response would have gone. The thing with Hayes happens the following morning. I'm in the corridor outside the training room, retrieving a schedule update from the board, which is a 5-minute task, when I hear Hayes's voice coming from the medical bay. The door is half open. I'm not trying to hear. I hear. "The coordination piece is just good practice," he's saying. "If Delacroix is recommending modifications to intake that could interact with any of the supplement protocols, I need visibility into that. I'm not asking for anything non-standard, it's basic medical oversight." A second voice. "Margot, the administrative coordinator. I'll flag it to management. I think Sonny will need to sign off." "Of course," Hayes says. "Completely routine. Just making sure the right hand knows what the left hand is doing." Margot says something I can't catch. Hayes says, "She's new." I'm not questioning her competence. I want to make sure she has the support structure in place. These things go sideways when the medical team and the nutrition team aren't communicating. The door stays half open. I don't move for a moment. I have been in enough rooms with enough people who use words like routine and support structure to know how they sound when they mean something else. The plausible explanation doing the work of the actual one. The collegial tone that makes the request look like care. I catalog this the way I catalog a shot pattern in the second period, quietly, specifically, filed for future reference. I go back to the training room. I get the schedule update. I stand at the board for a moment looking at the weekly grid, at the sessions and the practice slots and the small block on Wednesday at 9 that I have not asked anyone to move. I am not going to do anything about Hayes right now. I don't have enough information, and I don't act on incomplete information. But I am paying attention now in a way that I wasn't before, and I know the difference between a pattern and a single incident, and I know you only see the pattern by watching. I leave the training room. I walk to the stairwell. I go up one floor. I stand outside Sunny's office. Her door is closed. The light is on under the door. I can hear the faint sound of something playing, a low voice, a podcast maybe, something she apparently works to. I told myself I was coming here to retrieve a supplementary dietary tracking form that she mentioned last session. The form is, technically, something she emails at the end of each week. There is no reason to retrieve it in person. I know this. I am here anyway, with the form as a reason and a different reason entirely underneath it, and I am not going to examine the second reason except to note that it exists. I knock. Yeah, come in. I open the door. She looks up from her desk with the expression of a person who has briefly forgotten the specifics of where they are and is recalibrating. Then she sees me, and something in her face settles. Not surprise exactly. More like recognition. Like she's been expecting this possibility without expecting this particular moment. Hey, she says. The tracking form, I say. From last week. She looks at me. She looks at the desk. She opens a drawer and pulls out a folder and takes out a single printed page and holds it out. Her eyes are steady. I cross the room. I take the form. Our fingers don't touch. The air in the room is doing something it wasn't doing yesterday. You could have emailed it, she says. I was in the building. You're always in the building. I look at the form. I look at her. She is watching me with the direct, uncomplicated gaze of a person who has decided not to pretend the room isn't doing what it's doing. Your light was on, I say. It usually is, she says. A long beat. Outside, down the corridor, someone's locker closes with a sound like a full stop. Wednesday, I say. 9 o'clock, she says. I'll be here. I leave with the form. In the elevator, I look down at it. It is blank on one side. I printed the same form myself last week and it's sitting in my kitchen at home, already filled out. I stand in the elevator and I look at the form. And for the first time in 3 years, the corner of my mouth does something that is the very distant cousin of a smile. I press the ground floor button. I face the doors. I carry it down with me, that small, unguarded thing, before the elevator opens and the rest of the world comes back in. Chapter 9. Office Hours. Sunny. I am in the middle of a very compelling argument with a spreadsheet when he knocks. The argument is about Kowalski's iron levels, which are technically within normal range and practically a disaster waiting to happen if he keeps eating the way he's been eating, and the spreadsheet is not agreeing with my proposed intervention timeline, and I have been staring at it for 40 minutes with the focused frustration of a person who knows she's right and cannot make the numbers say so yet. Yeah, come in, I say, without looking up. The door opens. Something in the quality of the silence that follows is different from the usual silences my door produces. Bex's silences are compact and purposeful, Kowalski's are preceded by a stumble. Pete the massage therapist always exhales first. This silence is large. It takes up more of the doorframe than most silences do. I look up. Liam Beckett is standing in my doorway holding a piece of paper. He looks like a man who has committed to a course of action and is only now, at the destination, beginning to question the route he took to get here. His jaw is set. His eyes are steady. He is holding the paper the way you hold something you came here specifically to deliver, which is to say with slightly too much deliberateness, slightly too much reason. I know exactly what paper it is. I emailed it to him 4 days ago. Is that the Q4 tracking form? I say. You could have emailed it. I was passing by, he says. I consider this. My office is on the 3rd floor of the administrative wing. The weight room, the ice, the training facilities, the locker room, all of that lives in the basement and ground level. The 3rd floor is scheduling coordinators, the PR department, one very stressed accountant named Phil, and me. Nobody passes by the 3rd floor. There is nowhere to be passing to. I file this information in a place I am absolutely not going to look at directly for at least several more weeks. Okay, I say. I hold out my hand. He crosses the room. He gives me the form. He does not immediately leave, which is the part one was not expecting, because Liam Beckett's standard operating procedure upon completing any interaction is immediate, efficient exit. He stands on the other side of my desk and looks at the wall behind me, the nutrition chart, the whiteboard schedule, Gerald thriving quietly on the windowsill, with the careful attention of someone who has not been in this room before and is taking stock. You've been at this a while, he says. He means the wall. The setup. The organized, personalized chaos of a person who has been building something here. 3 weeks, I say. Give or take. He nods once. His eyes move to Gerald. Plant, I say. I can see that. His name is Gerald. A pause. Why Gerald? He looked like a Gerald. I pull up Kowalski's spreadsheet again because having something to look at makes this easier to navigate. He's a pothose. Very hard to kill. Grows without much sunlight. I find that admirable. Liam looks at Gerald for a moment longer than I expect. Then he looks at me. How long have you been a nutritionist? The question is stiff. The tone of a person asking a thing they actually want to know but won't quite let themselves ask directly, so it comes out slightly formal. I have heard this tone from athletes 100 times in initial assessments. It means the real question is somewhere underneath. Practicing. 3 years post-degree. I did my master's in 2 and went straight into supervised practice. I lean back in my chair. Before that, 4 years undergrad, 2 hospital placements, 1 research position that I took because it sounded impressive and regretted almost immediately. Why sports? I open my mouth. The ready answer is there, the one I give at conferences and interviews and on the bio page of my professional website. I've always been drawn to performance nutrition. The specific demands of elite athletes require a precision and an individualization that I find compelling. All of it true. None of it complete. He is looking at me. Not with his assessment glare, the one I've categorized as his default. This is something different. Quieter. The look of a person who is genuinely, specifically asking. I put the ready answer down. My mother got sick when I was 12, I say. Autoimmune condition. It took 4 years to diagnose properly because she kept getting told it was stress, or anxiety, or that she should eat better and exercise more. I pause. Which is a special kind of cruelty, telling someone whose body is attacking itself that they just need to take better care of themselves. He says nothing. He is listening the way he listens in sessions, completely, without interruption, without the small sounds people make to signal they're following along. Just open, held attention. Once we had the diagnosis, food became something we paid close attention to. Not in an obsessive way, my mother would not have allowed obsessive. She's very pragmatic. But we learned, fast, that what she ate either helped manage the inflammation or made it worse. That some things were medicine and some things were damage, and the line between them was specific to her body, to her particular set of circumstances. I look at the spreadsheet without really seeing it. I was 13 and I was cooking dinner most nights and I was learning that food is never just food. It's information. It's instruction. It's a decision you make every day about what you're trying to build. I glance up. I never wanted to do anything else after that. The room is quiet. Liam stands on his side of the desk and I sit on mine, and whatever I just put into the air between us settles slowly, the way things settle when they've been said out loud for the first time in a while. I should not have said all of that. It is more than the question required. It is more than professional exchange accounts for. I can feel the shape of it, too much, too honest, too close, and I am already composing a redirect when he speaks. That's a good reason, he says. Not interesting. Not I'm sorry about your mother. Not the cushioned, careful response of someone managing what I've just shared. Just that. For words, plain and even, that land in the room without drama and mean exactly what they say. I look at him. He looks back. Outside, down the corridor, Phil the accountant sneezes twice. An office chair rolls. The building breathes around us, indifferent. Wednesday, I say. Wednesday, he says. He picks up his jacket from the back of the empty chair. He draped it there when he came in, which I also noticed, which also means nothing, and he walks to the door. He opens it. He pauses for less than a second with his hand on the frame, not looking back, and then he's gone. The door closes with a soft click that is somehow louder than if he'd slammed it. I stare at the door. I stare at it for what is probably 60 seconds but feels longer. I am counting Gerald's leaves. There are 11. I know this because I checked when I bought him and I checked again yesterday because I was worried about the one on the left side, but it is fine, Gerald is fine, Everything in this office is fine and present, and I am a professional sitting at a professional desk in a professional building doing a professional job. He said that's a good reason, the same way you might say the sun rises in the east. Like it was simply, factually, undeniably true. Bex appears in the doorway. I have no idea how long she's been in the corridor. Was that, she says. Yes, I say. Did he? Sort of. She looks at the door. She looks at me. Are you? Absolutely not, I say. She nods once. She steps back into the corridor and pulls the door closed behind her, and I hear her footsteps going away, and I hear them stop, and then I hear, faintly, definitively, the sound of Bex Navarro laughing quietly to herself somewhere in the hallway. I pull up Kowalski's spreadsheet. I stare at it for a very long time and take in approximately none of it. Chapter 10. The drive home. Liam. I take the wrong turn at the Morrison Bridge and I don't correct it. This is not how I drive. I drive the way I do everything, direct, efficient, no wasted movement. My route home has been the same for 3 seasons. Left at the light, over the bridge, north on the avenue, 12 minutes door to door. I have taken variations exactly twice, both times due to road closures. Tonight I pass the bridge junction and keep going south, and I don't turn around, and I don't ask myself why. The city moves past the windows. Lit storefronts and wet pavement and the particular orange-gray of a Portland night sky that never fully goes dark because the clouds catch the light and hold it. I drive without music. I usually drive without music. Silence in a car is a different thing from silence in a building, more contained, more honest, nobody walking through it or breaking it before it's done. What you put in your body is a form of decision-making about your future. She said it like it was something she'd understood since she was 13 years old and had simply been carrying since. Not performing a belief. Actually holding one. The difference is something I notice because I have been around people performing beliefs my whole professional life, press conferences, charity appearances, the particular language athletes learn to speak for cameras, and the real thing sounds completely different. Quieter. Less finished at the edges. She was 12 when her mother got sick. I think about that. About being 12 and in a kitchen learning that food is medicine or damage, that the line between them matters, that you can learn to read the line if you pay attention. About being 12 and carrying something that was too large for 12 and carrying it anyway because you were the one available to carry it. She came to Portland alone. New city, new job. I know this not because she told me but because I noticed, the way she navigates the building still has a slight hesitation at junctions, the way she mentions restaurants like she's been researching them rather than frequenting them. She doesn't have a history here yet. She's building one in real time, with Gerald on the windowsill and 3 colors of dry erase marker and a cartwheel that pulls left. I find the waterfront without deciding to. Park facing the river. Cut the engine. The water is dark and moving and present. I have sat here before. Not often. Twice after losses that I needed to be somewhere other than inside my own 4 walls with. Once the week after the accident, when I came back to Portland and didn't know what to do with myself in a city that had kept going without registering that anything had changed. The city always keeps going. This is both its best quality and its worst. Caleb would have had something to say about all of this. That's the thought I keep having and keep putting away and keep coming back to. He would have said something, some specific, pointed, accurate thing, delivered in the tone he used when he already knew the answer and was waiting for me to catch up. He had a gift for it. Never cruel. Just correct, and quick about it, and wearing this expression of unbearable patience while he waited for the obvious to land. When I was 25 and spending 14 hours a day at the rink in the lead up to my first playoff run, not eating properly, not sleeping, convinced that if I stopped moving for an hour the whole thing would fall apart, Caleb drove to the facility and sat in my car until I came out and then said, "You're trying to outwork the possibility of failure, which would be impressive if it wasn't also incredibly stupid." When I went through 3 weeks of not returning calls from anyone, the winter of my second season, because I was in a bad place I didn't have words for yet, he started showing up in person. Just present. Watching games on my couch. Eating food he brought because my fridge was empty. Not asking what was wrong. Not making me talk. Just not leaving. What would he say now? I can picture it precisely. He'd be in the passenger seat. He'd look at me sideways with that specific expression, eyebrows up, corner of the mouth pulled in, and he'd say something like, "So the nutritionist. Is she as good at her job as she is at?" And then he'd gesture vaguely at all of me, and I'd tell him to shut up, and he'd say I'm just asking, and we'd sit here for a while in the dark, and at some point I'd feel slightly less like the person I've been for 3 years. I miss him with a sharpness I was not expecting tonight. Grief is not a constant pressure. That's what nobody tells you before it happens. It's not a steady weight you carry that you get used to over time. It's a variable. It flares and recedes without much logic. There are weeks where I barely access it, where the mechanisms of living close it off, and then there are moments, in cars, at waterfronts, on ordinary Tuesday evenings, where it opens fully and what's inside is as large as it was in a hospital corridor 3 years ago. Tonight it is large. But it is also, and this is the part that catches me off guard, not only painful. The memory that comes is not the accident. Not the waiting room. Not the white walls or the too loud television. It is a hockey rink, interior, 20 years ago. Caleb is 10 and I am 8, and we are at the community rink because our mother signed us both up for Learn to Skate, and Caleb has been on the ice 3 weeks longer than me and is skating with the confidence of someone who has clearly always known how to do this and is very generous about it in the specific way of an older sibling who has something over you for exactly as long as he can use it. He is skating backward. I am barely skating forward. "Bend your knees more," he says. "You're standing up too straight. You're scared of falling, but you're going to fall no matter what, so you might as well have better balance when it happens." I fall. Immediately. Landing on my hands with the impact rattling up both arms. Caleb skates a full circle. He comes back. He stands over me. He reaches down and grabs my arm and hauls me up with the upper body strength of a 10-year-old who has decided he is stronger than he is. "See," he says. "That wasn't so bad. Now get your knees down." I got my knees down. I didn't fall again for another 4 minutes, which was a record. I have been in net for one of the best franchises in the league for 6 years, and it started with my older brother standing over me on a community rink ice telling me to bend my knees because I was going to fall anyway. I sit in the car at the waterfront and I think about that. It doesn't hurt the way it usually does. It just is. A thing that happened. A memory that belongs to me and is mine and that nobody can take the warmth out of, not even 3 years of loss. Something has shifted tonight. Not fixed. Not resolved. Just slightly different in its position, like a piece of furniture moved 2 inches. The room is the same room. But I notice it differently. I pick up my phone. I scroll to Rooster's name. I type, "How's the team dinner Thursday?" Not a question. An inquiry. A formality of information gathering. I stare at it for 3 seconds. I send it. The reply comes in 41 seconds. This is because Rooster has his phone in his hand at all times and treats incoming messages from me with the enthusiasm of a man who has been waiting years for this exact text. The reply is 17 emojis. I count them because I am a person who counts things. There are 4 celebration emojis, 2 that appear to be fire, 1 hockey stick, 3 that are inexplicably food-related, 2 faces with hearts where the eyes should be, and something that might be a disco ball. Followed by, Beckett. Then, Thursday. Then, I will personally cook. Then, don't cancel on me. Then 3 more emojis I don't examine. I put the phone face down on the passenger seat. I look at the river. I am going to the dinner. I have not been to a team dinner voluntarily in 2 years. I know that Rooster knows this and is currently, somewhere across this city, doing something that would embarrass both of us if I witnessed it. I start the car. I drive home the normal way. Chapter 11. Game Day Protocol. Sunny. By week 4, 7 players are tracking their meals without complaining about it. This is, in the world of professional sports nutrition, nothing short of remarkable. Athletes at this level tend to have a complicated relationship with dietary oversight. There is a specific category of elite male who would rather run wind sprints for 2 hours than write down what he had for lunch. I have been patient. I have been practical. I have framed everything as performance information rather than lifestyle correction, because the distinction matters deeply to men who have built their identities around physical excellence and do not want to be told they've been doing something wrong. It is working. I have Kowalski's iron levels moving in the right direction. I have 2 of the defense men, who were running on fast food and stubbornness, now eating pre-practice meals that are making a quantifiable difference in their third-period numbers. I have Rooster, who approached the whole thing like an experiment he was conducting on himself and reports results with the enthusiasm of a man who has discovered a new hobby, telling half the locker room that the electrolyte timing change is the reason he's been sleeping better. He is not wrong about the electrolytes. I did not expect him to become a walking advertisement for my program, but I'm not complaining. Game days are where the protocols matter most. I've built a full game day structure, pre-game meal timing down to the 90-minute mark, hydration check-ins through warm-up, post-game recovery window management. It is the most detailed and most important piece of what I do, and I have been building toward implementing it fully for 3 weeks. On Tuesday morning, 4 hours before the home opener, Hayes calls a meeting. The conference room is smaller than the one used for full staff briefings. Hayes, 2 of the assistant trainers, Margot from administration, and me. Hayes has a printed agenda, which I find interesting because this meeting was scheduled this morning with 20 minutes notice. Game day access, he says, once we're settled. He puts the agenda on the table. I can see my name in the second bullet point. Specifically, the question of nutrition support presence at rinkside during warm-ups and intermissions. I'd plan to be ice level for game days, I say. It's standard in programs at this level. Direct observation during warm-up gives me better data on hydration status and I understand the reasoning. He folds his hands on the table. The posture of a man being fair and thorough. My concern is less about the reasoning and more about the practical reality. We have a medical team, a training staff, and a conditioning coordinator already operating in a fairly tight rinkside space. Adding a nutrition presence, particularly in the first season of an integrated program, when workflows are still being established, creates a coordination challenge that I'd rather not introduce mid-game. Margot is writing something. The 2 trainers are looking at the table. It doesn't need to be complex, I say. I wouldn't be intervening in medical decisions. I'd be observing and available for the post-intermission recovery protocols I've set up. The post-intermission protocols can be managed by the training staff following your written guidelines, Hayes says. Which is actually a better long-term model anyway, building it into existing staff function rather than creating a dependency on your direct presence. He says this like it is obviously the more robust solution. Like he is doing me a favor by removing me from the process I built. The argument is clean and the logic is technically sound and there is no single part of it I can grab hold of and call by its real name in this room, in front of Margot, in front of 2 trainers who are going to tell their colleagues whatever happens here. I look at the agenda. My name in the second bullet point. Nutrition rinkside access, to be reviewed. Reviewed. Past tense, apparently. I'd like to flag that direct observation is how I catch things the written protocols miss, I say. Individual variation in real-time performance isn't fully predictable from baseline data. Noted, Hayes says. And I'll commit to ensuring the training staff reports anything flagged directly to you post-game. He looks at Margot. Can we formalize that handoff process? Absolutely, Margot says. That's the whole of it. Efficient, cordial, done. Hayes moves to the next agenda item. I sit with my hands flat on the table and my face doing exactly the thing I am asking it to do, which is neutral and professional and giving nothing away. I have been managed out of my own program's most important application and it happened in 11 minutes and I cannot prove it was intentional and I am not going to try in this room. Bex finds me in the corridor after. He's trying to make you invisible, she says. I know, I say. But invisible people still do their jobs. She looks at me for a long moment. She is not satisfied with this answer. She is also, I think, deciding whether to push, and she lands on not pushing, which is one of the things that makes her the right person to know right now. Your protocols are in writing, she says. They're dated. They're documented. That matters. I know. And the players know who built them. Bex. I'm done, she says. I'm done. She isn't done but she stops, which is what I need. I go back to my office. I spend the next 2 hours doing the job I was excluded from doing at rinkside, updating every player's gameday file, reviewing the warm-up hydration data. The trainers will now be responsible for collecting, writing cleaner handoff notes than any protocol requires, because if my presence is going to be minimized, then my paperwork is going to be airtight. At 4:15, my phone buzzes. The message is from Dylan Casey, Rooster, sent from his personal number, not the team channel. Hey. Wanted to say, some of us notice who's actually doing the work around here. For what it's worth. Also, if you want to watch the game tonight, there's space in the family section, no official anything, just people watching hockey. No pressure. D. I read it twice. Then I read it a third time because the PS at the bottom, which I missed the first 2 times, says, Beckett's mom is usually there. She's great. Don't tell him I said that. I stare at the message for a long time. Then I text back, I'll be there. Thank you. The family section is in the lower bowl, east side, 3rd row back from the glass. It fills slowly in the 40 minutes before puck drop. Partners, parents, children in small jerseys, a group of what look like older siblings sharing a bag of popcorn. The noise in the arena is building from the bottom up, crowd energy accumulating the way it does in these buildings, layering until the air itself feels pressurized. I find a seat at the end of a row. The woman next to me is in her late 50s, dark-haired, going silver at the temples, wearing a plain navy sweater. She is watching the warm-up with the specific quality of attention of someone who has been watching this sport for a very long time and still finds it worth watching. First game, she says, not looking at me. First game here, I say. I've been to games before. Who are you here for? The team, I say. I work with them. Support staff. I pause. You. Now she looks at me. She has dark eyes that are warm and direct and look like they have seen a great many things and processed them with precision. My son plays, she says. Oh. I glance at the ice. Which one? Number 31, she says. I look at the ice. Liam is in the far end of the rink, moving through his pre-game routine. Butterfly drops, lateral pushes, the controlled stop and start that I've watched enough times in pre-practice now to know the specific rhythm of. He moves differently in a real game warm-up. More settled. Like the building gets louder and he gets quieter in direct proportion, and the quiet at his center gets harder and more certain the closer the puck drop gets. I look at the woman beside me. I look at the navy sweater. I think about the obituary. Survived by his mother, Nina Beckett. I'm Sonny, I say. She looks at me for a moment. Something moves across her face, recognition, maybe, or something adjacent to it. Nina, she says. She reaches over and squeezes my hand once, briefly, and then releases it and turns back to the ice. We watch the warm-up together. She doesn't ask what I do specifically. She doesn't ask how I know the team. She just watches, and I watch beside her, and the arena gets louder around us as puck drop approaches. The game is extraordinary. I have watched hockey on screens for weeks, charting metrics, building protocols around a sport I understood analytically. Watching it live, 3 rows from the glass, is something different. The speed is the first thing, faster than television conveys, the players moving with a quickness that seems to violate the friction of the ice. The sound is the second thing, the crack of sticks, the scrape of edges cutting corners, the low impact of bodies against boards that you feel in your sternum. And Liam. I have been building meal plans around this man's performance data for 4 weeks. I have sat across from him 14 times and noted his recovery patterns and adjusted his carbohydrate timing and watched him drink a coffee he didn't finish and arrive early to things he wouldn't admit he wanted to attend. I have had a conversation about my mother in my office on the 3rd floor and watched him say that's a good reason in the tone of a man saying something he fully meant. I did not know what he was until I watched him in net. He is extraordinary in a way that has nothing to do with statistics. He moves with a geometry that looks inevitable from the outside, like the puck has no option but to find his pads, his glove, his chest, because the angles he's cut off leave it nowhere else to go. He is absolutely, completely still when he needs to be, which in a building of 18,000 people making noise is a stillness that looks like a different element entirely. Not ice. Not air. Something denser. Something that the game simply moves around. I understand, watching him, where he goes. Not hockey. The crease. That specific 20-foot rectangle that is entirely his, that he has been standing inside since he was a child, that is the one place in the world where his particular brand of absolute stillness is not a wall between himself and everything else but a function, a purpose, a gift. This is where he lives. The thought lands in the center of my chest and stays there. Nina is beside me watching her son with the calm of someone who has watched him do this for a very long time and has never stopped finding it worth watching. She doesn't cheer the way the section around us cheers. She watches. Occasionally she says something very quiet, good stop or there, mostly to herself. The Orcas are up 2-0 in the second period. The building is loud. Liam has been making stops that draw collective sounds from the crowd, that compressed, exhaled noise of 18,000 people almost seeing a goal that didn't happen. Then, midway through the second, a shot comes in high and hard from the left point. A deflection off a skate sends it unpredictably low and fast, and Liam drops and the puck hits the corner of his mask at the wrong angle, and the impact is visible from where I'm sitting, his head snapping to the side, the mask catching it but not cleanly, and he goes down. The arena goes loud and then strangely, horribly quiet in the same second. Nina makes a sound beside me. Just a small sound. She puts her hand on the seat in front of her. I am already standing. I don't decide to stand. I am standing. The training staff is moving on the ice, and the ref is waving play down, and Liam is on his knees in the crease with one hand on the ice, and he is moving. I can see he is moving, he is shaking his head, he is not down, but I am standing in the family section 3 rows from the glass with my hands braced on the seat in front of me and my heart doing something very loud and very clear. Nina looks up at me from her seat. I look down at her. Neither of us says anything. On the ice, Liam gets to his feet. He rolls his neck. He puts his mask back. The training staff clears. The crowd comes back to life around us. He faces his net. He sets his feet. He does not look toward the stands. I sit back down. I realize my hands are shaking. I put them in my lap. I look at the ice and I breathe in through my nose and out through my mouth and I tell myself this is a professional reaction to an injury event involving a player under my care. Nina pats my knee once. She doesn't say a word. She turns back to the game. The Orcas win 4-0. Liam lets in nothing. He plays the last 18 minutes of the game with whatever the hit gave him. I'll find out at the post-game assessment. I'll check the neck rotation. I already know from the angle of the hit which muscles are going to be tight, and he plays it the way he plays everything. Complete. Precise. Untouchable. But I was already standing before the training staff moved. And Nina saw. And I am going to need to think very carefully about what that means. Chapter 12. Ice burn. Liam. The world goes white. Not dark. White, the specific white of a hit that lands on the wrong part of the mask at the wrong angle, the kind that doesn't knock you out but knocks everything else sideways for 3 or 4 seconds while your brain decides whether this is serious. I know this white. I've been here before. I know to stay down until it clears, to keep one hand on the ice so I feel the ground, to breathe through the mouthguard in a slow controlled way and wait. The crowd goes quiet in that particular way crowds go quiet when they're not sure what they just saw. I count seconds. 1. 2. The white starts thinning at the edges. 3. The ice under my glove is real and cold and present. 4. The noise comes back in, crowd first, low and uncertain, then the ref's whistle, then the sound of skates cutting toward me as the training staff moves. The white clears. The first thing I see clearly, before the ice, before my own net, before any of the 18,000 faces in this building, is her. 3rd row from the glass, family section, east side. Standing. Both hands pressing against the seat back in front of her, leaning forward like she got there fast and stopped herself from going further. Her face, even from the ice, even across the distance, is doing something unguarded and specific that I have not seen on her before. Not her professional face. Not her managed warmth. Something raw and immediate, the expression a person wears when their body reacts before their mind has time to arrange it. She is looking at me. I file this. I file it in the same place I filed the early arrivals and the form I retrieved in person and the oat milk in the coffee and the way she said I'll be here without a question mark. A place I am not examining. A place that is getting full. Hendricks, one of the assistant trainers, is crouching in front of me. Beckett. Can you tell me where you are? Portland, I say. Home game. Second period. 2-0. Track my finger. I track it. Left, right, up. My eyes move clean. No lag. Neck. Stiff, I say. Right side. I'm up. He puts a hand on my arm. I stand. The crowd comes back to full volume, that specific roar that means someone is okay when they weren't sure, the relief in it audible. I don't look at the stands. I roll my neck twice. I put my mask back. I feel the place where the puck hit, upper left corner, just below the seal, and I note that the mask will need the padding inspected before next game. I face my net. I set my feet. The puck drops. We play. I let in nothing for the remaining 18 minutes. This is partly focus and partly that the team in front of me is playing well enough that Nashville's chances are limited and what chances they have are poor ones. But partly it is the thing that has carried me through 3 seasons of games since the accident, the specific quality of stillness I find in the crease that doesn't require me to feel anything beyond the mathematics of angles and the position of the puck. Here, I am clean. Here, I am only what I'm supposed to be. The final buzzer. 4-0. The building loses its mind. I skate to the bench. Hands, sticks, the standard chaos of a win. Rooster grabs the back of my helmet and shakes it in the way that should be annoying and has always been, in some way I don't analyze, not annoying. I let him. I pull my mask off. I'm already thinking about the neck, the rotation limit I felt on the last 2 butterfly drops, the tightness up into the base of the skull, and I'm already calculating the post-game protocol adjustment needed and who I need to talk to about it. In the treatment room, 20 minutes after the final buzzer, I am sitting on the edge of the table with my pads half off while Danny, the head trainer, works through the standard post-impact assessment. Concussion screen, clean. Eye tracking, clean. Neck rotation, limited, as I expected, right side, base of skull. Soft tissue, Danny says. Ice tonight, heat tomorrow, we'll reassess Thursday. I know, I say. The door opens. She comes in quietly. She has her notebook and a small kit, the portable assessment kit she uses for game day checks, which I know she built specifically because she was denied ringside access and built the next best thing instead. She is in the clothes she was wearing in the stands, still, dark jacket, the one she seems to wear to everything that isn't work, and her face is back to its professional register. Almost. There is something around the edges that the professional register hasn't fully covered yet. A residual something. A still receding something. She doesn't look at Danny. She looks at me. Right side or left side, she says. Not are you okay? Not that looked bad. Not the careful management of the moment that most people would perform and that I would have shut down instantly. Just the exact right question, asked in the exact right tone. Right, I say. She nods. She opens her notebook. She sits on the chair against the wall, not hovering, not at the table, positioned to work without crowding the space. She asks Danny 2 questions about the impact angle. He answers. She writes. She cross-references something in the kit, an electrolyte assessment strip, checking against the baseline she built from my pregame check-in 3 hours ago. You're low, she says. Not critically, but lower than you should be at this point post-game. You need sodium specifically, the coconut water in the recovery pack isn't enough tonight, I want you on the clinical formula. She puts a labeled bottle on the table beside me without ceremony. Drink that before you do anything else. I pick it up. I drink it. It tastes exactly like the clinical formula, which tastes like the sea in an unpleasant way, but I drink it because she asked me to and because she is right about the levels and because I have, over the past 4 weeks, developed an operational trust in her assessments that supersedes my reflexive resistance to being told what to do. Danny finishes up. He takes his notes. He tells me he'll have an updated protocol ready by morning. He leaves. The room is quieter with just 2 of us in it. She is writing in her notebook, updating the protocol in real time, I assume, adjusting tomorrow's recovery plan around the neck injury and the electrolyte data. She has her head down. The pen moves in the quick, precise way it always moves when she is working rather than thinking. I watch her for a moment. She is, I look for the word and land on specific. She is specific in every way she moves and speaks and occupies space. Nothing wasted. Everything she does in a professional context is stripped to its functional core without any of the performance that most people layer over their work, because the performance is how you prove you're doing the job. She just does the job. She was standing in the stands before the training staff moved. She closes her notebook. She stands. She picks up her kit. She moves toward the door with the efficiency of a person who is finished here and going to the next thing. Sonny, I say. She stops. Turns. She does it with a stillness that mirrors my own in a way I notice and do not comment on. Just turns, and waits, and looks at me with those clear, direct eyes that have never once in 4 weeks flinched from whatever I put in front of them. Good call on the electrolytes, I say. I was running low. A beat. Something moves across her face, there and gone, quick, but present. I know, she says. She leaves. The door closes. I sit on the edge of the treatment table with the empty bottle in my hand and the neck stiffness pulling up the right side of my skull and the arena still audible through the walls, the crowd dispersing in waves through the concourse. The post-game noise of a building returning to itself. My neck hurts. Something else is also happening. I put the bottle down. I look at the door. I think about 3 seconds of white and the specific face that was the first thing I saw clearly when it cleared. I think about right side or left side asked without drama by a person who was in the stands watching my game on her own time because she was excluded from the space where her work actually happens. I think about filing things in a place that is getting full. I think it might be time to open the file. Chapter 13. Nina. Sonny. She finds me in the family lounge. I am getting my coat from the chair where I left it. The game is over, the lounge is clearing out, partners and families moving toward the exit in the gradual, unhurried way of people who are used to waiting and have learned to be patient about everything including leaving. I have my coat on and I am reaching for my bag, and I am also, quietly, doing the thing I have been doing since I left the treatment room, which is telling myself that the way the last 20 minutes unfolded was completely standard and professionally unremarkable. Sonny. Nina Beckett is 3 feet away, coat buttoned, the same calm quality she had in the stands, now carrying the specific addition of something purposeful. She is looking at me the way she was looking at the ice from the 3rd row, with a directness that doesn't perform itself. That was a good game, I say. Because it was. Because it is the right thing to say. Because I need a sentence to start with. He played well, she says. She says it the way a person says a thing they've said many times, with a particular weight underneath the words. Like he played well contains a longer sentence that she has edited down out of practice. He always plays well. A pause. He plays better this month than he has in a while. I don't say anything. She looks at me. You're good for him, she says. The lounge is warm and the last few families are pulling on jackets and the overhead lights are doing that slightly too bright thing the lights do in sports venues when the event is over and the atmosphere collapses back to fluorescence. I stand in the middle of all of it and feel the sentence land in the center of my chest. I'm his nutritionist, I say. I know what you are. She says it without edge. Just fact. I'm his mother. I stood next to you for 2.5 hours tonight and I watched you watch him. She pulls her gloves from her coat pocket. She takes her time putting them on. You were already standing, she says quietly, before anyone else moved. I have nothing to say to this. I was already standing. She saw. I knew she saw, and I have been hoping, in the portion of my brain that manages hoping, that she would not mention it. She reaches out and squeezes my hand. One time. Brief and firm and warm. He used to laugh so easily, she says. She is not looking at me when she says it. She is looking at the door, at something beyond it, at a distance I can't see. Every room he walked into. I keep waiting. She releases my hand. She smiles at me, and the smile is real and tired and full of 3 years of a specific kind of patience, and then she turns and walks out of the lounge. I stand where she left me. I stand there for a while. In the car, I don't turn the radio on. The drive back to my apartment is 22 minutes. I know this now. I have learned the city in the functional way of someone who is new to it and navigating primarily by necessity, the route to the facility, the route to the grocery store, the route to the waterfront where I walked twice in the first week when I needed to be somewhere with no ceiling. He used to laugh so easily. I think about the sound he made in my office 3 weeks ago. The one that wasn't quite a laugh. The structural ancestor of a laugh. I have thought about it more times than I should have, and I know this, and I have been managing it with the same approach I use for everything I can't act on, naming it precisely, filing it accurately, redirecting. I am falling for Liam Beckett. I say it in my head because I have been saying I'm not for 2 weeks and the evidence has become too organized to keep arguing against. I catalog the evidence the way I catalog nutritional data, without drama, without pretense. The early arrivals. The form retrieved in person from a third-floor office he had no reason to be passing. The way he said that's a good reason and meant it like a fact. The way he asked about my mother's illness not with pity but with the forward-leaning attention of someone who actually wanted to know. The way he looks at me differently than he looked at me the first week. The way he says my name, Sonny, first name, chosen, when he has always had options that were less personal. I am falling for him, and it is professionally complicated and personally terrifying and almost certainly mutual. Which makes it worse. Not worse like bad. Worse like, the kind of complicated that doesn't go away when you file it and redirect. I park outside my building. I sit in the car for a few minutes longer than I need to. Portland is doing its dependable rain thing, soft and steady on the roof of the car, and I let it be background noise while I think about Nina's hand squeezing mine and the specific way she said I keep waiting and the empty bottle I left on the treatment room table and a man standing in his crease 18 minutes after getting hit in the mask, completely, impossibly still. I go upstairs. I put the kettle on. I open my laptop. Bex calls at 11:15. Kowalski canceled tomorrow's session, she says. She doesn't bother with hello. Neither do I, anymore. What reason did he give? Scheduling conflict. A pause that is not about a pause. He doesn't have a scheduling conflict. I check the training calendar. I close my laptop slightly. Hayes. I don't have proof of that. No. But I've been talking to people. Her voice shifts, lower, more deliberate. Tanner also cancelled. And I think Morrison is close. 3 players, Sonny. Someone is telling them something. I sit very still. I think about the meeting on Tuesday. Non-standard. Potentially disruptive. The right hand knowing what the left hand is doing. I think about Margot writing things down. I think about Hayes in the training corridor having a routine, perfectly reasonable conversation about coordination. What are they being told? I ask. I don't know specifically. Whatever it is, it's subtle enough that nobody is naming it directly. They're just suddenly uncertain. She pauses again. You need to know this. I know, I say. Thank you. After we hang up, I sit at the kitchen table with my tea going cold and I think. I know what Hayes is doing. I know the method even without the specific words, the careful, collegial erosion of confidence. The well-placed doubt delivered to the right people at the right time. It is patient, professional damage, the kind that doesn't leave fingerprints, and I have no proof and no standing to call it in a room where he is 18 years of institutional trust and I am 11 weeks old. I could fight it politically. I could build alliances, position myself, find the levers that counterbalance his. I know how to do this. I learned in a hospital system at 24, in a clinical environment where the politics were sharper and the stakes were medical and the damage could be measured in patient outcomes. I am not going to fight Hayes with politics. I open my laptop. I pull up every player's file. All 22. I go through them one by one, Kowalski, Tanner, Morrison, all of them, and I update every protocol. I find the gaps and I tighten them. I add specificity where I was relying on general principle. I build case notes clean enough to withstand scrutiny from any direction, documented and dated and referenced to current research. If my presence is going to be questioned, my work will not be. I book extra hours for the following week. Early sessions, late sessions, slots that overlap with times I know players are in the building because the training calendar is right there and I have memorized it because that is what I do. I work until 1:40 a.m. I do not notice, until I close the laptop and go to bed, that I have been smiling for the last hour. Not the performed smile. The other kind, the tight, private, slightly fierce one that comes out when I am in a fight I intend to win. Gerald is thriving on the windowsill in the dark. I turn off the lamp. I sleep for 5 hours and I dream about nothing, and in the morning I get up and I go back in. Chapter 14. The Team Dinner. Liam. Rooster's apartment is not what I expected. I don't know what I expected. Something that matched his personality, probably, loud, crowded, the interior equivalent of a man who has never once in his life needed to be convinced to have a good time. What I find when I arrive at 7:15 on Thursday is a kitchen that smells like garlic and something braised, a dining table set for 8 with actual placemats, and Rooster in an apron that says chef's kiss standing over the stove with the focused expression of a man who takes cooking much more seriously than he takes most things. Beckett. He points a wooden spoon at me. Wine is on the counter. Touch the seating chart and I will make your life very difficult. I look at the seating chart. It is a small piece of paper with names written in Rooster's handwriting. I find my name. I find the name next to it. I look at Rooster. He is stirring something. He does not look at me. He is whistling. You did this, I say. I made dinner, he says. That's what I did. The seating is alphabetical. He is not remotely convincing. Beckett, Delacroix. Alphabetical. Very standard. He waves the spoon. Go get wine. The others arrive between 7:20 and 7:40. Kowalski and 2 of the defensemen I've known since my second season and tolerate with genuine warmth, which in my case looks like sustained eye contact and the occasional direct answer. Bex Navarro, who was apparently invited separately and arrived with the expression of a woman who has been briefed on the seating arrangement and has decided to watch rather than intervene. Sunny arrives at 7:35. She is in a dark green top and her hair down, and she has brought a bottle of wine that she hands to Rooster with the ease of a person who always brings the right thing to a room she's not sure of. She scans the apartment in one quick, practiced sweep, exits, people, the relative social temperature, and then she sees me, and something in her face does the thing it has been doing recently, which is settle. Like I am a known quantity in an uncertain room. Like my presence is, specifically, reassuring. I have never been described as reassuring by anyone who knew me well. I find this unsettling in a way I am choosing not to examine tonight. Beckett, she says. Delacroix, I say. Rooster, from the stove, it's alphabetical. Neither of us responds to this. Dinner is good. Rooster can actually cook, which I knew in the abstract, but witnessing it is different. He made a braised short rib that required actual planning and a commitment of several hours, which means he started this afternoon and the whole dinner was designed, and this is simply who he is. A man who commits to the bit completely and makes it real. The table is the right kind of loud, overlapping conversations, laughter from the defensemen about something that happened in Tuesday's practice that I was there for but apparently found less funny at the time, Bex talking to Kowalski about his calf with the focused directness she uses for clinical matters, which is the same directness she apparently uses for everything. Sunny is beside me. She talks to the people around her the way she does everything, genuine, attentive, the warm specific interest that is not performance when I watch it closely but actual curiosity. She asks Kowalski a question about his hometown that turns into a 10-minute conversation. She makes Rooster tell the full story of the alphabetical seating arrangement's origin, which he navigates with impressive creativity. She drinks exactly 1.5 glasses of wine and listens more than she talks, and when she does talk there is always a specific thing in it, never the filler. She doesn't perform at this table. That is the thing I keep coming back to. In professional contexts, I've watched her manage rooms, read temperatures, calibrate her warmth to what the space needs. Here, at a dinner table with 7 people, she's just present. The smile she's wearing tonight is not the front desk smile or the session smile or the professional warmth she's been building the orchestra with. It is smaller and less manufactured and more hers. I like it better than all the others. The table thins out after 9. The defensemen leave together. Kowalski helps Rooster with dishes because he apparently does this every team dinner and it is a whole thing. Bex takes her wine to the couch and opens her phone and gives every appearance of having forgotten we exist, which I recognize as the very deliberate social engineering of a woman who knows exactly what she's doing. Which leaves Sunny and me at the end of the table. The wine is almost gone. The dinner things have been cleared and replaced with small plates of the cookies someone brought. Kowalski, I think, from a bakery near his apartment. The table is smaller without 8 people at it. Sunny has been quiet for 10 minutes. Not uncomfortable quiet. The kind of quiet that comes when a room settles and the people left in it don't need to fill it. I look at my wine glass. I say, "What do you love about it?" She looks at me. "Nutrition," I say. "Not the theory of it. Not what you told me in your office." I stop. This is more than I intended to say. I say the rest of it anyway. "You were off that day." "A little." "You said the true thing but not all of it. What do you actually love about it?" The question hangs between us. She is looking at me with an expression I have not seen on her before, not the surprise of being caught out, but something that looks almost like relief. Like being asked the real question by someone who can tell the difference. She turns her wine glass slowly. "Once. That it's specific," she says. "People want general answers. Eat better, move more, rest enough. But the actual work, it's never general. It's this person, this body, this set of circumstances, this week. The same food does different things in different people and even different things in the same person depending on the day." She pauses. "I like that it requires you to actually see the person. You can't phone it in. You can't apply a template and call it done." She looks up. "That's what I love about it." I think about the meal plan she put on my desk the first session. 1 page. Built around the variables she had available in 40 minutes. Nothing generic about it. "Yeah," I say. She looks at me steadily. "What do you love about playing goal?" The question lands differently than questions about my game usually land. Usually people ask how. Mechanics, save selection, positioning. She's asking about love, which is a different thing, and she is asking it with the same genuine curiosity she gives everything, and I find, this surprises me, that I want to answer it. "The geometry," I say. "The crease is a fixed space and everything that happens in it is a math problem. Shooter here, angle there, this much of the net exposed, this much closed. You can solve most of it in advance if you read the play right." I turn my own glass. Most goalies think about reaction. I think about position. If I'm in the right place, I don't have to react to most things. The puck finds me. She is listening. Not nodding along. Actually listening, the held, full attention she brings to sessions, the kind that doesn't interrupt and doesn't complete your sentences and doesn't prepare its response while you're still talking. "You're describing a place that's entirely yours," she says. I look at her. "The crease," she says. "The way you talk about it. It's not just where you work. It's where things make sense." "Yeah," I say. The word comes out simply, without the resistance I usually hear underneath my own voice. A beat of quiet. "Do you have one?" I say. "A place like that?" She opens her mouth. I see it, the bright, deflective answer already forming. Something warm and self-deprecating that redirects the question and keeps the real answer safely inside. I watch her almost say it. I watch her notice that I'm watching her almost say it. She closes her mouth. She looks at the table for a moment. When she looks back up, the deflective answer is gone. "I'm working on it," she says. 2 sentences. True ones. The kind that cost something. I look at her in the low light of Rooster's dining room and I think about 3 years of a crease that kept me functional and a waterfront I drove to because the crease wasn't always enough and a room in my apartment that I closed the door on and a frame on its wall. I think about spaces that hold you and whether you can build them or only find them. "You'll find it," I say. She looks at me for a moment. Something moves through her eyes, not the professional warmth, not the managed brightness, but something underneath both of those, something that doesn't have a performance layer over it. Something that is just hers. "Yeah," she says. "I think I might." The dinner ends the way dinners end, gradually, without a clear moment. Rooster emerges from the kitchen, done with dishes, with the satisfied expression of a man whose plan is proceeding. Bex announces she's leaving. Goodbyes happen in the overlapping, slightly extended way of people who were not ready for the evening to be over. I get my jacket. I put it on. I walk to the door. Sunny is at the door at the same time, coat on, bag over her shoulder, and we end up in the corridor together and then in the elevator together and then crossing the lobby together, and none of it is planned and neither of us comments on it. The parking lot is wet. Portland has been raining with its standard reliability, and the asphalt reflects the building lights in long orange streaks. It is cold enough that our breath makes small clouds when we exhale. She parked on the east side. I know this because I parked on the east side. This is a coincidence. I am not cataloging it. We walk across the lot. We reach her car, a small gray thing with a Portland Orcas parking pass on the dashboard that still has the plastic film on the back, newness still on it. She stops. She puts her keys in her hand. Good dinner, she says. Rooster's committed, I say. He absolutely rigged the seating. Completely. She looks at her keys. She looks at me. A smile pulls at the corner of her mouth, the small, unguarded one. Not the performance. The real one. Good night, Liam, she says. I have not said good night to someone and meant the specific weight of it in a very long time. Good night, I say. She gets in her car. She drives away. I stand in the wet parking lot and watch the tail lights until they reach the lot exit, and then I stand there for a while longer, in the cold, with the rain coming down soft and steady and the building behind me full of the last sounds of a dinner ending. I stand there until I become aware that I'm standing there, at which point I should go to my car. I do not immediately go to my car. From somewhere inside the building, on the second floor, a light goes on in Rooster's apartment window. A silhouette briefly visible. Then the sound, even through glass, even across the parking lot, of Rooster making a sound that a more generous person would not describe as crowing. Inside, apparently, Rooster wins the pool. I walk to my car. I drive home in the rain and I don't turn the radio on and I don't examine anything and I let the quiet be what it is, which is no longer the same quiet it was 3 months ago, which is, I sit with this on the bridge, water below, city ahead, which is fine. Which is, specifically, more than fine. Chapter 15. Shifting. Sunny. The sessions are different now and we are both pretending they aren't. This is a mutual, unspoken agreement that I respect and resent in equal measure. On the surface, nothing has changed. He arrives, we work through the data, I update the protocols, he asks exactly the questions he needs to ask and no others. Professional. Clean. Documented in my notes the way every other session is documented. Underneath that, everything has a texture it didn't have 6 weeks ago. He lingers now. Not obviously. Not in a way I could point to if someone asked me to describe it. He finishes the session and he doesn't stand immediately the way he used to, that clean, decisive movement toward the door that always told me the hour was over 30 seconds before the clock confirmed it. Now there are extra minutes. He stays until the conversation runs out naturally, which takes longer than it used to because the conversations have become something more than intake and protocol. He asks about Gerald. Not every time, but enough times that it is a pattern. He noted last Wednesday that the leaf I was worried about had recovered, which means he looked at the plant long enough to remember the state of a specific leaf from 2 sessions prior, and I am aware that this is a small thing that has no place in my clinical notes and a large place in the part of my brain I keep telling to quiet down. On Tuesday, he brings coffee. I hear him in the corridor before he knocks, the sound of his specific walk, which I have apparently memorized without deciding to, a deliberate unhurried weight on the floor that is distinct from every other person who moves through this hallway. He opens the door. He has 2 cups. He puts one on my desk without preamble. I was at the cart downstairs, he says. He says it the way he says everything that needs a reason, flatly, with the slight excess of economy that comes from a person providing justification they know is thin. The cart downstairs is on the ground floor. My office is on the 3rd floor. The weight room he came from is in the basement. The ground floor is not on the way to anything from the basement. Thank you, I say. I pick up the cup. I take a sip. It is black. I drink black coffee the way I eat raw kale, technically, when there is no other option, while internally protesting the whole time. Liam Beckett, who has been in my office enough times to observe the oat milk situation on my desk, has brought me black coffee, and the gesture is so clearly and genuinely meant that my hands go unsteady in a way that has nothing to do with caffeine and everything to do with the specific warmth of being thought of by a person who doesn't think of people easily. I look at the cup. I look at him. He is watching me with the alert attention of a man awaiting a verdict. I hold the cup out. Oat milk, I say. He takes it back. He looks at it. He looks at me. Something crosses his face, not embarrassment, which would require more softness than his face currently allows. More like the recalibration of a man updating a data point. He nods once. He takes the cup back to the cart downstairs. He returns 4 minutes later. He puts the corrected coffee on my desk. He sits down. He opens his session notebook. He says nothing about any of it. The next time, the coffee is correct. I don't say anything about this either. We are operating in the space of things we both know and are both pretending to need more time to understand, which is the most exquisite and infuriating kind of space to occupy with another person. I examine the professional question the way I'd examine any clinical concern, directly, without flinching. Are my feelings for Liam affecting my work? I pull his files. I pull every player's files. I compare the quality of my notes from the first month to the notes from now. If anything, they are better, more specific, more layered, more thoroughly cross-referenced. I am working harder across the board, not just with him. His protocols are built with the same evidentiary rigor as everyone else's. The extra attention I give him in sessions is matched by the extra attention I give Kowalski's iron levels and Morrison's hydration patterns and Rooster's pregame anxiety eating that he still thinks I haven't fully identified. My work is not compromised. What is compromised is my energy budget. I am holding a significant amount of feeling below the surface, and holding things below the surface costs something whether or not you acknowledge it. I am sleeping less than I need. I am going over my session notes a second and sometimes third time in the evenings looking for gaps, which is the clinical version of looking for something to do with hands that want to do something else. I am making batch after batch of recovery bars on Sunday evenings because it is useful and practical, and also, if I am being honest with the part of myself that I don't put in the clinical notes, because he said they were good and I want him to have them. I have noticed all of this. I am handling it. The new staff member appears in my third week of noticing. Her name is Andrea, and she is a new administrative coordinator reassigned from the medical department, and she has Hayes's particular quality of perfect professional pleasantness, the warm tone, the collegial smile, the questions asked in the voice of someone simply making sure everything is in order. The first time she comes to my office, she asks about my credentialing process. Just confirming the onboarding paperwork is complete. Standard. The second time, she asks about my supervised practice hours. Making sure everything is filed correctly with HR. The third time, which is Monday morning while I am preparing for the 9 o'clock session, she asks whether my internship records have been fully documented in the personnel file. She says it with the specific lightness of a person asking about something they already know the answer to and want to see whether you do too. I tell her yes. I give her the documentation reference number. I smile. She smiles. She thanks me. She leaves. I sit in my chair for 30 seconds after she goes. I know what this is. I know it the way you know a weather pattern you've seen before, the particular angle of cloud, the specific drop in pressure, the air that tells you what's coming before it arrives. Hayes is building something. Andrea is the instrument of it, deniable and pleasant and doing her job. I do not tell Bex. Bex would escalate, immediately and comprehensively, and escalation right now would show my hand before I understand the full shape of what Hayes is holding. I need to know more before I move. I need to keep working. I need to be so thoroughly, undeniably good at my job that when whatever he is building arrives, it lands on bedrock instead of sand. I handle it. He appears in my doorway on Thursday at 4:15. No form this time. No stated reason. Just Liam Beckett in the doorframe with his hands in his jacket pockets, looking at me with the steady, attentive expression I have categorized in my mind as his real one, not the blank wall he shows the rest of the world, not the assessment glare, but this one underneath both of those. The one that sees. Hey, I say. He doesn't answer immediately. He looks at me for a moment in the unhurried way he has. The team's playing better, he says. I think about the last 3 games. The Orcas have won 2 and drawn 1. The players whose nutrition protocols are fully embedded are visibly performing better in the third periods that matter. I have the data. I could give him specific numbers: Kowalski's last 3 post-game recovery assessments, the defenseman's third-period shift data before and after the protocol changes, the hydration curve improvements across the roster. Good nutrition helps, I say. He looks at me. His jaw shifts slightly, the small movement I've come to read as the physical equivalent of a longer thought being edited down to fit his usual economy of words. That's not what I meant, he says. The office is very quiet. I hold his gaze. He holds mine. Outside my window, the parking structure is doing its gray and ordinary thing. Gerald is on the windowsill being a plant. Everything in this room is exactly where it was 3 seconds ago and somehow entirely rearranged. He takes his hands out of his pockets. He turns. He walks down the corridor and I hear the specific sound of his footsteps going away, that deliberate, unhurried wait, until the stairwell door opens and closes and the hallway goes silent. I put both palms flat on the desk. I sit very still for a long time. That's not what I meant. 4 words. Said plainly in the low afternoon light of a Thursday in November, by a man who does not say things he doesn't mean, who edits everything down to its essential core, who brought me coffee, wrong coffee, then corrected coffee, because he was passing by a floor he had no reason to pass. I sit with it. I do not reach for a redirect. I just sit with it and let it be exactly what it is, which is, I think, what he wanted. Chapter 16. What I meant. Liam. I said it and then I left because if I stayed in that office for one more second I was going to say the rest of it, and I'm not ready for the rest of it. I don't fully know what the rest of it is. That's the problem. 3 years of no is a long practice. Long enough that yes doesn't have a clear shape yet, just an outline, just the space where a shape is forming, and I need that space to stay manageable until I understand what I'm working with. I drive to practice. I warm up. I face the net. The net helps. It always helps. Inside the crease, everything is geometry and decision and the clean mathematics of position, here, not there, angle closed, angle open. No ambiguity. No language required. No understanding of my own interior states necessary to perform the function. I perform the function. I perform it well. Afterward, Rooster catches me in the weight room. This is where he does it. He waits until I'm committed to a set and can't leave without being obvious about it, and then he sits at the adjacent machine and begins his own work with the air of a man who has wandered in by chance and simply finds himself in the same room. We work in silence for 7 minutes. I count. When's the last time you were happy, he says. I do the next rep, I breathe out. I re-rack. Rooster. I'm asking seriously. He is watching me in the mirror. Not pressing. Just looking, with the particular steadiness of someone who has decided tonight is the night. Not the before version of happy. Not who you were. I mean now. Recently. When's the last time something good happened and you let yourself feel it? I look at the weight in my hands. The question is specific and it is accurate and it is the kind of thing that, coming from almost anyone else, I would close in 3 syllables or fewer. Coming from Rooster, in this room, after 6 years of him being the person who keeps showing up, I don't close it. I think about the parking lot. The wet asphalt and the tail lights and the cold air and standing there longer than I needed to, longer than was practical or explicable, just standing in the rain because the thing I was feeling needed a place to be and the parking lot was the place that was available. The parking lot, I say. The second it leaves my mouth I am furious with myself. Not because it isn't true. Because it is completely true and now it is in the room and Rooster's face in the mirror is doing exactly what I didn't want it to do, which is the careful, controlled version of the expression of a man who has waited 3 years to hear something like this and is trying very hard not to make a big deal of it. He makes a small sound. He turns back to his machine. He does a rep, he says, very quietly, so do something about it. I pick up the weight. I do not respond. That's it, he says. That's the whole speech. I'm done. You're never done. I'm done with this one. He re-rack. He looks at me. I've watched you for 3 years, Liam. I watched you go from the person who put fake spiders in my gear to someone I'm not always sure is going to be okay. And something has been different this season and we both know what it is and I'm not going to pretend I don't know and I'm not going to push, but, he stops. He starts again, quieter. You deserve the parking lot. Whatever that means to you, you deserve to let it be real. That's all. He gets up. He picks up his water. He goes to the next machine with the manner of a man who has delivered exactly what he came to deliver and is giving me the space to do whatever I need to do with it. I sit with the weight in my hands. I think about 3 years of keeping things at distance for safety, which was the same logic I used in the crease. The right position means the dangerous thing can't reach you. I think about how the crease math works because I choose the position before the shot comes. I think about what it means to choose a position in everything else. Later, I am thinking about Hayes. This has been building for 2 weeks, the awareness I've been carrying since I overheard him in the medical corridor. I've been watching since then with the same attention I give the ice, and what I've seen is systematic. Precise. The kind of erosion that doesn't announce itself. I've seen Andrea from administration hovering near Sonny's office more than makes sense for standard administrative work. I've seen Hayes in the locker room after practice twice last week, not unusual on its own, except that he was specifically in conversation with the players I know Sonny has flagged as uncertain. I've seen the careful, collegial pleasantness of a man who is very good at what he's doing. I mention it to Rooster. Not directly. In the approximate, elliptical way I mention things I'm not sure of. He stops walking. Yeah, he says. I know. I look at him. I've been watching it for a while. He says it carefully. I didn't want to, I wasn't sure what to do with it. He's been here 18 years, Beckett. The GM thinks the sun rises and sets on his protocol recommendations. Anything I say looks like locker room noise. It's not noise, I say. I know that. You know that. He looks at the floor for a moment. Does she know? She knows something, I say. I don't know how much. Rooster nods slowly. The weight of it moves across his face, the Rooster who manages team morale and the Rooster underneath that who actually cares, who has always actually cared. She's not going to say anything, he says. That's the thing about her. She's going to handle it herself and not ask for help and work twice as hard and not tell anyone how much it costs. I look at him. She reminds me of you, he says. The part of you that decided being alone in the crease was the safest way to exist. He picks up his bag. Except she does it with a smile, which honestly seems worse. He walks away. I stand in the corridor with the fluorescent light doing its flat, institutional thing above me and I think about a smile that has edges I've only recently started to see. The away trip to Seattle is 2 nights. The hotel is the standard kind, adequate, interchangeable with 6 other hotels I've stayed in this season. I eat dinner alone in my room because I usually eat dinner alone in my room on away games, a habit so established now that it requires no decision-making. At 9:47, I am looking at the vending machine in the second-floor corridor. The vending machine is the specific variety common to every hotel sports team stay in, full of protein bars, sports drinks, candy presented as fuel, things in packaging that uses the words performance and recovery in bold fonts and means approximately nothing by them. I stand in front of it with the blank consideration of a man who has nothing he needs from this machine and is here anyway. I look at the protein bar in the B4 slot. I take a photo of it. I look at the photo. I think about what I'm doing. I open my messages. I type, "This is the opposite of your philosophy." I send it before I can reconsider. I walk back to my room. I put my phone on the bed. I watch it. 48 seconds. The reply is a string of emojis so emphatic and specific that I experience something in my chest that might be the beginning of a laugh, genuine, unguarded, arriving before I can intercept it. A crying face. 2 faces with X's for eyes. Something that appears to be a trash can. A small explosion. More crying faces. Something that might be a nutritional label with a line through it. Then, do not eat that. I will know. Then, how much sodium is in that bar? Liam. Then, please step away from the machine. Then nothing for 4 minutes and 20 seconds, during which I sit on the hotel bed and feel the warmth of it, specific and unmanaged, the feeling of someone who knows you well enough to have opinions about your vending machine choices and expresses those opinions without being asked. At 10:02, my email notifies me. The subject line is, Portland Orcas, away game recovery bars, quick build recipe. It is addressed to the entire traveling roster. It is a portable recipe for a recovery bar built from things available in any hotel gift shop or convenience store, with specific macros for each position and a note at the bottom that says, for anyone currently standing in front of a vending machine. You know who you are. I read it. I read it again. I read it a third time. I put my phone down. I look at the ceiling. The hotel ceiling is white and textured and has nothing interesting about it whatsoever, and I look at it for a while. In the morning, I eat the correct breakfast from the team's pre-arranged hotel menu, which she designed and submitted to the hotel last week. I do not go back to the vending machine. I think about her for most of the flight home. Chapter 17. The letter. Sunny. Tanner comes to my office at 2:15 on a Wednesday and he looks like a man walking towards something he doesn't want to arrive at. I know Tanner. He is 24, left wing, enormously talented, the kind of athlete who takes athletic care seriously and has been one of my most engaged participants since the first month. He eats what I recommend and reports back accurately and asks good questions, and once sent me a text at 11 p.m. to ask whether the protein timing still applied on rest days, which is the kind of question that makes a nutritionist's heart genuinely glad. He is standing in my doorway now with a piece of paper folded in half and the expression of a man who has been carrying something uncomfortable for long enough that the discomfort has become its own weight. Hey, I say. Hey. He comes in. He stands in front of the desk. He doesn't sit. He looks at the paper in his hand. He looks at me. He holds it out. I think you should see this. I take it. I unfold it. It is printed on Orcus letterhead. Medical department header. Hayes's name at the bottom in an electronic signature block, professional and clean. It is one page. It is addressed generally, not to Tanner specifically, not a mass communication, something more targeted than that, and it covers three things. The first thing, a general observation about the nutrition program's integration timeline and whether the current pace of protocol implementation was appropriate for the team's competitive calendar. The second thing, a reference to a past clinical incident involving a sports nutrition professional who had designed a meal plan for an elite athlete who was subsequently hospitalized. The language is measured. It has come to our attention. For context. In the interest of full transparency. No name. The incident described is mine. The description is accurate in its facts. The third thing is the one that stops my breathing for a moment. Practitioners who maintain an outwardly positive disposition under professional pressure can sometimes present a misleading picture of their engagement with risk. A consistently cheerful presentation is not, on its own, evidence of clinical rigor. I read that sentence twice. He took my character. He took the specific thing I am, the brightness, the warmth, the smile that has been my professional signature and my personal armor for 27 years, and he made it evidence against me. He used the best of me to build the worst possible version of me and dressed it in the language of professional concern. He is very good. Sunny. Tanner's voice. I look up. He is watching me with the pained expression of someone who wanted to be wrong about what he was bringing me. I want you to know I don't. I know, I say. I've seen what you've built here. The whole team has. I just thought you should. I know, I say again. Thank you for bringing it to me. Genuinely. Thank you. He nods. He leaves. I put the letter on the desk. I put both hands flat beside it. I look at the words. I read the third point one more time and I sit with the particular sick, cold feeling of a person who has been understood precisely and weaponized precisely, who has spent years worrying in quiet moments that the brightness might read as empty and has now had someone confirm it in writing and distribute it to her colleagues. I am composed. I pick up my phone. I call Dr. Patricia Osei, my former supervisor, the one who ran the investigation, the one who wrote the letter of recommendation that made my previous supervisor cry. I get voicemail. Her voice, warm and steady on the recording, says she's unavailable until Thursday. I leave a message. My voice comes out level. I am professionally, carefully level. I call Bex. She picks up on the second ring. What happened? I need you to come to my office. She is there in 4 minutes. She reads the letter standing up. I watch her read it. Her face goes through several things, quiet at first, then tight at the jaw, then a specific stillness that in Bex means something far more dangerous than anger. He sent this to players, she says. At least one. At least one who came to you. There are others who didn't. She puts the letter down. She looks at me. Her eyes are very clear and very cold. Sonny, I need to take this to. Don't, I say. Sonny. Please. I say it with the quiet force of something I mean completely. Let me handle it. I need to do this my way. Your way is going to involve working twice as hard and smiling through it and hoping the excellence speaks for itself and not asking anyone for help. She is not wrong. She is completely, accurately not wrong, and I look at her and I say, yes. That's my way. I need it to be my way right now. She is furious. She holds the fury with the precision of a woman who respects another woman's right to her own process even when the process is maddening. I'm not going to watch him burn you down, she says. He's not going to burn me down. How do you know? Because I have not done anything wrong and I have paperwork that proves it and I am very good at this job. My voice is steady. My hands are not. I put them in my lap. Let me handle it, Bex. She holds my eyes for a long moment. Then she picks up the letter and photographs it with her phone. She puts her own phone in her pocket. She picks up her bag. I'm going to do my own research quietly, she says. I won't escalate without telling you first. She stops at the door. She turns back. The fury is still there underneath the professional surface. He used your smile against you, Sonny. I want you to understand that I find that genuinely. She stops. She shakes her head. She leaves. The door closes. I sit in my office alone. I look at the letter. I look at Gerald. Gerald is on the windowsill doing his reliable thing, the problematic left leaf fully recovered now, 11 leaves in good shape, growing without much light, not asking for much, not making any noise about it. I pull up my email. I go to the documentation folder, every protocol, every note, every dated entry going back to day 1. 11 weeks of work. I look at it. It is good work. I know it is good work. I know it the way I know my own heartbeat, not because someone told me so, but because I have been doing this long enough to feel the difference between adequate and excellent. Hayes can frame my smile however he wants to. He cannot frame this. Bex texts at 8:47 p.m. Look at the performance review documentation management circulated last month. Player evaluator section. I pull it up on my laptop. The performance review framework for new support staff, something I was given in onboarding and filed and did not look at closely because it was an administrative document and I was focused on the actual work. I find the section on player evaluators. There is a list. Players assigned as feedback contributors for the nutrition program review. The third name on the list is Liam Beckett. I read it twice. I look at the date the list was filed. 6 weeks ago. Early in the season. Before the team dinner. Before the parking lot. Before the coffee that was wrong and then correct. Before that's not what I meant said in the afternoon light of my office on a Thursday. He has been evaluating my performance this whole time. The thought arrives and sits in my chest with a weight I was not prepared for. Not anger, not yet, maybe not that. Something colder and more disorienting. The specific vertigo of a person who has been building a picture carefully, piece by piece, and finds a piece that makes the whole picture look different than she thought. He has been assigned to evaluate me. Every session. Every coffee. Every I was passing by and every early arrival and every that's not what I meant. I close the laptop. I open my email. I pull up a blank document. I start writing. Dear Coach Devereaux and the Portland Orcas organization. I write the letter cleanly. Professionally. I thank them for the opportunity. I cite the circumstances, not Hayes by name, not the letter, not the review list. Just a brief, clear, dignified statement of intent to conclude my contract at the end of the current month. I proofread it twice. I do not send it. I print it. I fold it in thirds. I put it in the front pocket of my bag, where I will feel it every time I reach for my keys. I go around my office and I water Gerald and I turn off the desk lamp and I pick up my bag and I go home and I lie in bed with my eyes open and I do not sleep and I do not perform anything for anyone because there is no one here to perform for, and the dark is very quiet and the quiet tonight is not the good kind. In the morning I will go back in. I will do the job. I will be excellent and documented and undeniable. But tonight I lie in the dark with the folded letter in my bag by the door, and I let myself feel the full weight of it, the Hayes letter, the review list, the 11 weeks of building something I thought was real, and I don't smile once. Not once. For tonight, I don't have to. Chapter 18. The Wrong Information. Liam. I hear it before I understand what I'm hearing. Thursday afternoon. The corridor outside Coach Devereaux's office, which runs adjacent to the equipment room where I'm returning a spare blocker that needed repadding. The door is not fully closed. Voices carry the way voices carry in concrete corridors, clean, unobstructed, arriving with the clarity of something you were never meant to receive. Hayes's voice first. Then Devereaux's, short, receiving, the tone of a man being briefed on something he didn't ask for but is taking seriously. I slow down without deciding to. I want to be careful how I present this, Hayes says. I'm not questioning her competence categorically. I'm raising a pattern. Go ahead, Devereaux says. There was an incident during her internship. An elite athlete, a runner, was hospitalized following a nutritional intervention Delacroix designed. Cardiac event, exercise-induced, complicated by electrolyte and fueling protocols she recommended. A pause. I have stopped moving entirely. My back is against the corridor wall 3 feet from the gap in the door. She was cleared, Devereaux says. She was cleared of direct negligence, yes. The finding was that the athlete failed to disclose a pre-existing condition. Hayes's voice is measured. Reasonable. The tone of a man being fair. What wasn't fully examined was the pattern around it. The athlete later said she didn't disclose because the practitioner's manner made the assessment feel, her word, casual. Light. She didn't feel the weight of it. A pause. I've been watching Delacroix work this season. She is warm, she is personable, the players respond to her. But I keep coming back to that. Whether the manner is a tool or whether it's covering something. What do you mean, covering something? I mean that someone who maintains that level of consistent positivity under professional pressure. Hayes stops. Starts again. In my experience, Marcus, the practitioners who never show strain are either extremely gifted or not fully processing the weight of what they're doing. With Delacroix, I genuinely cannot tell which one it is yet. And with 22 players depending on her protocols, I feel obligated to flag it. Devereaux is quiet for a moment. I'll look at the documentation, he says. I think that's the right call. I'm not asking for action. I'm asking for scrutiny. Hayes's voice. Perfectly, plausibly reasonable. That's all. I hear movement. I move before the door opens, 3 steps down the corridor and into the equipment room doorway, far enough that when Hayes walks out he doesn't clock me. He moves past. His footsteps are unhurried. His shoes are very polished. He turns the corner and is gone. I stand in the equipment room doorway. I think about what I just heard. The cleared investigation, yes, he said cleared. He said it and then he kept talking and the talking rerouted everything, the way a skilled navigation system reroutes you so smoothly you don't realize you've been redirected until you're somewhere you didn't mean to go. She was cleared. And also, the athlete felt the assessment was casual. And also, her brightness might be concealment. I think about the brightness. I think about 11 weeks of it, the warmth and the smile and the recovery bars and the oat milk coffee, and that's a good reason, said like she meant it, and I'm working on it, said like she trusted me with the truth of it. I think about what Hayes just said. That the manner might be the cover. That the light might be the performance. Caleb's face. The hospital corridor. My mother's hand. The 2 a.m. in the rink the week I came back to Portland, standing in the crease because I didn't know where else to stand, because I trusted things that were real and they'd broken anyway, because I'd stopped looking at the difference between what was real and what looked real, because the distinction had stopped mattering after I lost the realest thing I had. I know what concealment looks like. I know the shape of someone performing fine when they're not fine. I have been doing it for 3 years and I am very good at it, and the thought that I walked into this, that I started to let this in, while she was doing the same thing but differently, performing warmth instead of performing blankness, using brightness the way I use silence, to keep people from seeing what's underneath. I walk away from the corridor. I don't go to Devereaux's office. I don't go back to find Hayes. I go to the ice and I get on it and I stand in my crease and I do what I always do when the world exceeds my capacity to manage it. I face the net. I shut the door. The session is on Friday at 9. I am on time. Not early. On time. I sit in the chair, not the one I started angling toward the window, the original chair, the one that faces the desk directly, the one with less warmth in its positioning. I put my notebook on my knee. She looks at me when I come in. She knows. Not what I heard, she can't know that. But she reads the room the way she reads everything, with the full spectrum attention of someone whose job is to see what people aren't saying, and she sees it in the first 3 seconds. Something moves through her face, quick, controlled, contained. She looks at her notebook. Let's start with the recovery data, she says. Fine, I say. She goes through the week's metrics. Her voice is the professional one, warm but measured, the one she uses in the early sessions before things shifted. I answer her questions in the minimum words. She does not press. She does not ask what happened. She does not look at me with the careful, searching quality she's had for the last several weeks. She does the job. We sit in a session that is clinically identical to the first one we ever had and feels nothing like it, because the space between the professional surface and what's underneath it has grown and changed and is now full of things that a clinical session cannot hold or account for, and we're both pretending it hasn't. I look at her hands. They are steady. The pen moves without hesitation. She is composed in a way that costs something. I know the cost of that composure. I have been paying it for 3 years, but she pays it without letting me see the bill. The manner might be the cover. I look at the wall behind her. At Gerald. At the meal charts and the color-coded protocols and the 11 weeks of organized, excellent work built on the walls of a third-floor office that nobody was making her build. I look at her. She is writing a note. Her head is slightly down. The morning light from the window catches the side of her face, the clean line of it, the steadiness, the complete absence of performance in this moment because she thinks I'm not looking and so she's not performing anything. Something in my chest pulls hard in one direction while my mind pulls hard in the other, and the space between them is where I live for the rest of the session, suspended, cold, professionally present and personally absent, giving her nothing beyond what the hour requires. She closes her notebook at 5 to 10. Same time Monday, she says. I'll be here, I say. The words land wrong in my own mouth. I hear them the way she must hear them, the same words, the same cadence, a different room entirely. I stand. I leave. In the elevator, I press the button and I stare at the doors and I feel the specific nausea of a man who has just shut a door he spent 3 months slowly learning to open, and cannot fully remember why he decided to shut it, and cannot yet admit that he might be wrong. 3 hours later, Bex texts me. I am in the weight room. I have been in the weight room since the session ended because the weight room is uncomplicated and has no memory and asks nothing of me. My phone is on the bench. It buzzes. I look at it. Bex Navarro. The text says, I need to tell you something about Sunny. It matters. Call me or come find me, your choice. I put the phone down. I pick it up. I put it down. 20 minutes later I am standing outside the physiotherapy room where Bex has an afternoon between clients. She opens the door when I knock. She looks at me with the direct, measuring look of a woman assessing how much damage she's about to do. The performance review, she says. The player evaluation section. What about it? Your name is on it. I look at her. 6 weeks ago, someone submitted the player evaluator list with your name as a feedback contributor for Sunny's program review. Management has it. She found it last night. She watches my face. She thinks you volunteered. She thinks every session since the beginning, everything, has been intelligence gathering. The weight room sounds are still audible through the wall. The regular, mechanical noise of things working the way they're supposed to work. I didn't submit anything, I say. I know that, she says. I believe that. You need to tell her that. Who put my name on it? Bex looks at me steadily. I have a strong suspicion, she says. And I'm working on making it a certainty. A pause. But right now the more urgent problem is that she submitted her resignation this morning. The word lands. It hasn't been formally accepted yet, Bex says. There's a processing window. But I am already moving. Liam. Her voice stops me at the door. I turn. She is holding my gaze with something that is not quite anger and not quite grief but contains elements of both. She didn't tell you, she says. She didn't ask you. She packed her cart and she submitted the letter and she was, Bex stops. Starts again. She was still smiling. When she handed it in. I need you to understand what that means. I understand what it means. I understand it the way I understand everything she does that I have been filing away since a green smoothie hit me in a corridor, the smile as function, the brightness as the thing she holds up between herself and whatever is coming so that whatever is coming doesn't reach what's underneath. I leave the physio room. I go find her. Chapter 19. After the light goes out. Sunny. The cart takes the longest to pack. Everything else goes quickly, notebooks into the bag, the files into the box I borrowed from the administrative supply room, the framed certifications off the wall. 12 minutes, maybe 15. Clean, efficient, the practical work of undoing what was built. I have moved enough times to know how to do this without sentiment. The cart is different. The labels I made are still on the shelf fronts, laminated, color-coded, for different smoothie formulas plus the recovery bar supply plus the hydration packs sorted by electrolyte profile. I stand in front of it with a box in my hands and I think about the first morning I wheeled it through the wrong corridor and into the wrong person and stood in the aftermath with paper towels and apologies and a wheel that pulled left, and I cannot make myself start taking the labels off. Stop. Bex is in the doorway. She is not here to stop me. I know this from her posture. She has her arms crossed, her shoulder against the frame, the stance of a woman who has already decided she is not going to fight this particular battle the way she would like to fight it. She is here to say something. One thing. Then she will leave. You know what the difference is between you and Hayes, she says. I keep looking at the cart. You leave when things get hard. Her voice is even. Not cruel. Exact. He stays and he fights dirty. A pause. Which one of those is worse? I don't answer. She looks at me for a moment longer. Then she picks up her bag from where she left it inside the door. She walks out. Her footsteps go down the corridor and turn at the stairwell and stop. The office is quiet. I put the box down. I stand in the middle of my office, the office I have been building since the first day, the office with Gerald on the windowsill and 11 weeks of meal charts on the wall and the color-coded whiteboard schedule for 22 players whose names I know and whose bodies I have been learning with the same care I give everything I decide is worth understanding, and I stand in it and I let it be the size it actually is. This is the thing I have been managing for 11 weeks. The size of it. Hayes taking my rinkside access and making it a reasonable resource decision. Hayes distributing a letter that used my smile as a weapon and calling it professional concern. A review form with a name on it that I let mean something and should not have let mean something without verifying, because I was already too far in and didn't want to look at the thing that might mean I'd misread all of it. 3 years ago, a runner was hospitalized and I sat in the hospital family room and I waited, and I called her husband and I talked to the medical team and I answered every question put to me and I wrote a 20-page self-review of my entire caseload and at the end of it, completely, formally cleared, I went home and I ate dinner alone and I told myself it was resolved and filed it as old news. I have not told a single person in my professional life how many times since then I have woken up at 3 a.m. going through every line of that meal plan. How many times I have looked at a new athlete's intake form and held my breath for a beat before reading it. How many times the brightness has not been a gift I was giving the world but a sound I was making to drown out the sound of a different room entirely, a hospital family room, a husband's voice on the phone, the specific terror of a person who did everything right and watched it go wrong anyway. My mother taught me that food is a decision about your future. She taught me that from a hospital bed. What nobody teaches you, what you have to learn yourself, in waiting rooms and corridors and small offices on the 3rd floor of a building you drove to from a different city because the one you were in had started to feel like a place you'd failed, is that some decisions about your future happen to you, not by you. That you can do everything right and still end up sitting on the floor. I sit on the floor. Not because my legs give out. Because I choose to. Because I have been upright and composed and professionally excellent and subtly, continuously performing for 11 weeks and the floor is low and still and does not require anything from me. The office is quiet the way rooms are quiet when you stop moving in them. The ventilation system. Gerald, doing his reliable thing on the windowsill. The distant sound of the facility 2 floors below, the particular bass frequency of a building where large, athletic men are doing large, athletic things. I look at the meal charts on the wall. I know every player on those charts. I know what Morrison eats when he's nervous and what Kowalski avoids after a bad game and what Rooster's pregame ritual looks like in nutritional terms and what Tanner needs in the third period and what recovery window Liam Beckett requires to maintain the save percentage that the whole team depends on. I know him. That is the thing I keep landing on when I try to put it away. I know him, not the sports page version, not the locker room version, not the wall who has not smiled in 3 years. I know that he arrives early when he cares about something and late when he's performing indifference. I know that he reads everything I give him twice before he responds and that his notebook has specific, precise observations in it that are better than most professional assessments I've received. I know that he held his brother's jersey in the dark and made the shake I recommended and stood at a window drinking it because that is how he processes things, standing up, facing out, not letting himself sit with it. I know him and his name is on a review form that I should have verified before I let any of the rest of it become real. And he sat in that session this morning with his walls back up, all of them, fully reconstructed, the original chair, the minimum words, the blankness that I remember from the first week and had not seen since, and I sat across from him and did the job and said nothing because there was nothing to say that I could say without cracking all the way open right there in my office on a Friday morning. I sit on the floor with my back against the desk and my knees up and I let the full weight of all of it arrive. The runner. My mother's illness. Every year of performing Sunshine because Sunshine was what was needed and I was the one available to provide it and I got so good at providing it that I stopped noticing it was costing me. I don't cry. I am too tired to cry. I just sit and I breathe and I let the size of the room be what it actually is, not the professional surface of it, not the competent, organized, color-coded version. Just a room. Just me in it. Just all the things I packed below the brightness, finally resting where I put them. My phone buzzes on the floor beside me. I don't reach for it immediately. I sit with it buzzing once, twice. Then I pick it up. The message is from a number I have stored as Nina B., added to my contacts after the game, after the family lounge, after the hand squeeze and the 3 words that I have thought about every day since. I saw Liam smile once, 3 years ago. At the hospital. A nurse made a very bad pun about ice packs and he made this sound. I've thought about it ever since. Just this one small sound, in the worst week of our lives, and it was him. It was still him under all of it. A pause in the message, a gap, then, whatever you did or didn't do, thank you for that. Whatever happens. Thank you. I read it once. I read it again. I look at my phone and I think about a nurse making a bad pun in a hospital corridor and a sound that was the beginning of something, just the beginning, barely there, and I think about my office 3 weeks ago and a sound exactly like that, the structural ancestor of a laugh, both hands holding the memory of it like the fragile thing it was. I look at the resignation letter in the front pocket of my bag. I look at the meal charts on the wall. I look at Gerald, who has 11 leaves and a fully recovered left side problem and is growing without much light and not making any noise about it. I do not open my email. I do not submit the letter. I sit on the floor for a while longer. Not performing anything. Not deciding anything. Just sitting in the quiet of a room that is mine and that I built and that has 22 names on its walls that I am not done with yet. Eventually I stand up. I put the box back in the supply room. I leave the labels on the cart. Chapter 20. 2 a.m. Liam. The arena is different at 2 in the morning. The same building, the same ice, the same net I stand in front of 200 times a season with 18,000 people making the kind of noise that has its own pressure, its own temperature. At 2 a.m. all of that is gone. The lights are down to half, the maintenance setting, enough to see by, not enough for the space to feel inhabited, and the ice is freshly zambonied, unmarked, a surface so clean it looks theoretical. Like the idea of ice rather than actual ice. I have been here before. The week after the accident. 2 or 3 times in the first bad season. I come here when the apartment gets too small for what I'm feeling and the crease is the only other space I know how to be in. I skated out without gear. Just skates, street clothes, the feeling of the edge under my feet on the unmarked surface. I went to the crease. I stood in it. I have been standing in it for 40 minutes. It is not working the way it usually works. Usually, this space resets me, the geometry of it, the clean mathematics, the quiet that is different from apartment quiet because it has depth and height and the particular cold of maintained ice air. Usually I stand here and the crease organizes the rest of me by proximity. Tonight I stand here and I think about a session that felt like the first session and a woman who did the job without asking what happened and a cart with labels she hasn't taken off yet and a resignation letter I know about because Bex told me and that I have been walking toward and away from for the last 6 hours in escalating circles. I think about Hayes in the corridor. The version he told. The runner. The brightness as concealment. The casual assessment that let a woman not feel the weight of what she was disclosing. I have been turning it over since Friday morning. Putting it down. Picking it back up. Trying to find the angle from which it becomes fully convincing and not quite finding it, because every time I get close I see something that doesn't fit, the food logs, the specific quality of her attention, the 22-player protocols on the walls of a third-floor office, the way she looked at my chart the first session and asked about the compounding with the focus of someone who had thought about this before she sat down. Careless people don't work like that. But I have not verified this. I heard a version of a story and I let my wound engage with it and I shut the door and I called that caution. I have been calling it caution for 3 years for everything. At some point caution and cowardice start to look the same from the inside. I figured you'd be here. Rooster's voice. From the player's entrance, 40 feet away. He is in sweatpants and a hoodie and his hair is doing the thing it does when he's been awake too long, which is exist without structure or intention. He skates out, he grabbed skates from the equipment room, of course he did, and he crosses the ice and he reaches the crease and he stops. He looks at me. He doesn't say anything yet. He looks at the net, at the empty stands, at the half-dark of the maintenance lighting making the arena look like the memory of an arena. She resigned, I say. I know. I heard Hayes in the corridor. He told Devereaux about her internship. The version he told, I stop. I didn't verify it. I just. You shut down, Rooster says. Yes. And put the walls back up. Yes. He nods slowly. He is not angry. He is doing something more patient than anger, which is standing in a cold arena at 2 in the morning waiting for his friend to get to the part he actually needs to say. I do this, I say. I know I do this. I've been doing it for 3 years and I know the shape of it and I stop. I look at the net. The empty net, the one I have been filling with my body for 6 seasons, the one that asks nothing of me except to be present and positioned and ready. I stopped living like it meant something after he died. Rooster goes very still. Caleb, I say. His name, out loud, in this space, for the first time since, I don't know when. Since the hospital, maybe. Since my mother. I stopped because, if it meant something, then what he lost meant something. He lost everything. He was 26 years old and he lost everything, and I was in the net stopping pucks and he was driving across town to watch me do it and I stop. The cold air is in my lungs and the ice is under my feet and I am standing in the only space I have ever fully trusted and it is not enough tonight. I couldn't carry that. That it meant something when his didn't. So I just turned it off. All of it. Every good thing. I turned it off because feeling it felt like stealing something from him. The arena is very quiet. Rooster stands in the crease with me and he doesn't make a sound and he doesn't try to fix it or contain it or redirect it towards something more manageable. He just stands there. Witness. Present. The way he has been present for 6 years, in the approximate, patient, loyal way of a person who decided a long time ago that you were worth the waiting. You've been carrying it anyway, he says finally. His voice is low. The weight of it. You didn't turn anything off, Liam. You just stopped letting it mean anything while still feeling all of it. A pause. That's actually harder. I breathe. Out. In. The cold of the ice air. She was standing in the stands, I say. When the puck hit me. She was already standing before the training staff moved. I know. And I sat in that session on Friday like she was the first session. Like none of it, I stop. I did to her what I've been doing to everything. I decided what I was seeing instead of looking at what was actually there. Rooster says nothing. He knows when to let the silence do the work. Her name was on the review form because someone put it there, I say. And I walked away from a corridor without asking a single question, and I called it self-protection. I look at the net. I'm tired of calling it that. My phone buzzes. I take it out. The screen shows Bex Navarro. A text, and then 3 attached files. I read the text first. You need to see these. All of them. Before you do anything else. B. The first file, a PDF. The investigation report from Sonny's internship. The full version, not Hayes' summary, not the selected facts arranged to tell a different story. The actual document, 43 pages, findings section highlighted. The practitioner demonstrated full compliance with established clinical protocols. The failure of disclosure rests entirely with the athlete's primary medical team. Sonny Delacroix is cleared of all professional fault. This finding is unambiguous. Unambiguous. The word is right there. Underlined. The second file, a formal complaint letter, dated 14 months ago, submitted to the Orcus organization by 2 players regarding Hayes' mishandling of a concussion protocol. Not a small complaint. Specific, detailed, signed. Filed and, from what the attached note tells me, suppressed. Never formally processed. Sitting in an administrative folder that someone recently found. The third file is 3 pages. It is Bex's own documentation, dated, witnessed, time-stamped, of Hayes' coordinated campaign against Sonny's program. Andrea's visits. The letters distributed to players. The review form manipulation. The rinkside access removal. Every piece of it laid out in the clean, irrefutable language of a physiotherapist who keeps records the way a lawyer keeps evidence. I read all of it. I stand in the crease at 2 in the morning in an empty arena and I read every page. Rooster reads it over my shoulder without being invited. This is fine. This is Rooster. When I finish, he says, "What are you going to do?" I put my phone in my pocket. First, I say, Hayes. Not because I am angry. I am past the hot part of anger, past it before I even read the files, somewhere around the moment I said Caleb's name out loud in this space and felt something in my chest that has been locked for 3 years click open like a mechanism finally given the right key. I am going to Hayes with evidence. With clarity. With the specific, ice-cold intention of a man who has spent 3 years punishing himself for something beyond his control and just watched someone in his orbit have the same thing done to them by a person who had a choice. Who chose deliberately. Who used a woman's best quality against her and called it professional concern. I know what that costs. I know because I have been paying a version of it for 36 months and I know the damage it does in the places it can't be seen. And then. Rooster says. Then her, I say. He nods once. He doesn't say anything else. He skates a slow circle around the crease the way he does at the end of practice, one circuit, unhurried, something between a ritual and a breath, and then he skates toward the exit. At the boards, he stops. He doesn't turn around. He would have liked her, Rooster says. I look at the net. At the red goal light, dark and waiting. At the ice that holds the impression of everything that has moved across it and shows none of it. Yeah, I say. He would have. Caleb would have walked into a smoothie collision and come out the other side with her number and a theory and called me at midnight to deliver it in the tone of breaking news. He would have made the sound she made in the weight room, the beginning of a laugh, the ancestor of one, and would not have stopped at the beginning. He would have laughed. I stand in the crease alone for another few minutes. Then I skate off the ice. I have things to do before the morning. Chapter 21. The hallway. Sonny. I have been awake since 4. Not the anxious kind of awake, not exactly. More like the kind where your body decides the night is over before your mind is ready to agree, and you lie in the dark negotiating with both of them until the sky goes from black to the particular gray blue of Portland at 5:30, and you give up and make tea and sit at the kitchen table with your hands around the mug going over the same territory you've been going over since you put the resignation letter in your bag 4 days ago. I have not submitted it. I have also not taken it out of my bag. I keep reaching for my keys in the morning and feeling the folded paper and thinking, today. And then not doing it. And then going to work and doing the job with the particular fierce precision of a person who has decided that as long as she is still here she is going to be undeniably, unassailably here, and going home at night and reaching for her keys again and feeling the paper again and thinking, tomorrow. It is Saturday. I have no sessions scheduled. I have been sitting at this table since 4:17 with my tea going cold and Gerald being a plant in the dark on the windowsill because I moved him to the kitchen last week for the better light and he has been here ever since. At 6:47, someone buzzes my apartment. I look at the intercom. No one buzzes my apartment. I have been in Portland for 3 months and the people I know in this city are at work in a building I am currently on leave from, and my mother is in Ohio, and Bex would text first. I press the intercom. It's Liam. I stand very still for 3 full seconds. Then I press the door release. I hear the building entry below. I look down at myself, sleep shirt, bare feet, hair that has not seen a brush since yesterday morning, the general presentation of a person who has been awake since 4 and is not receiving visitors. I look at the door. I look back at myself. I open the door. He is at the top of the stairwell when I step into the hallway. 6'4" in a jacket in the cold Portland morning, hair slightly damp at the edges the way it gets when he's been outside, holding a sheaf of printed papers with both hands like they're something he is delivering and is committed to delivering and has possibly been rehearsing the delivery of for some portion of the last several hours. He looks at me. I look at him. Neither of us says anything for a moment. The hallway is very quiet. My neighbor on the left plays piano in the evenings and the walls are thin enough that I know his whole repertoire, but at 6:47 on a Saturday morning the building is just building sounds, pipes, ventilation, the low hum of existing. He crosses the hallway. He holds out the papers. I take them. It is the investigation report. The full one, not the summary, not the selected facts, the actual document. I know it by the weight of it and by the header and by the specific font of the institution's letterhead. I know it the way you know a document you have read 17 times over 3 years, in the middle of nights exactly like this one. I heard Hayes, he says. In the corridor outside Devereaux's office. He told his version and I walked away. He pauses. His voice is level. Not rehearsed, the opposite of rehearsed. The way people sound when they've been going over something so many times it's worn down to just the true parts. I didn't ask questions. I didn't verify. Another pause. I should have. I look at the report in my hands. I went to the GM last night, he says. I had Bex's documentation. The full picture, Hayes' letter to the players, the review form, the suppressed concussion complaint, his corridor conversation with Devereaux. All of it. He shifts his weight slightly. The only sign that this costs him anything. Hayes is under formal review. The GM is investigating. Your resignation, he stops. Starts again. Your resignation is not going to be accepted. I have a contract that gives me standing on personnel decisions that affect player welfare, and I used it. Your program is player welfare. So. I look up from the report. He is watching me with the expression I have come to understand is his real one, the one underneath the wall and underneath the assessment glare, the one that came out at the team dinner and in a parking lot in the rain and in a corridor at 4:15 when he said that's not what I meant. Open. Present. Whatever it costs him. Why? I say. The word is small and it holds everything. Why the 6:47 a.m., why the printed papers, why the GM last night, why any of this from the beginning. He knows what I'm asking. I can see that he knows. He is quiet for a moment. Not the strategic silence. The other kind, the one he has when something is true and large and he is finding the shape of how to say it. My brother's name was Caleb, he says. I hold the report in both hands and I stand in the hallway in a sleep shirt and bare feet and I listen. He tells me. Not a speech. Not a structured thing with a beginning and end and the emotional beats in the right places. Just the real version, pieces of it, the hospital corridor and the too loud television and the phone calls he didn't pick up in the intermission and the playoff game that was the best of his career in the waiting room where he stood because grief for him has always been something you face standing up. He tells me about the crease becoming the only space that still made sense. About turning the good things off because feeling them felt like taking something that wasn't his to take. He tells me about a 10-year-old boy on a community rink telling an 8-year-old to bend his knees because falling was going to happen anyway and you might as well have better balance when it did. He tells me all of it. Right there in the hallway. The fluorescent light above us doing its flat, ordinary thing. His hands at his sides. His voice doing the bare minimum it needs to do to carry the words. I listen the way I always listen to him, without filling the space, without redirecting, without the performed empathy that sits on top of the real thing and changes its shape. Just open. Just present. Just the two of us in a hallway at 6:50 in the morning while Portland does its gray and reliable thing outside the window at the end of the corridor. When he finishes, the silence is different from all the other silences. Not waiting for something. Not bracing for something. Just the silence of two people who have said and heard the thing that needed saying and hearing, and are now on the other side of it. I step back. I open the door wider. He comes in. He stops inside the door because the apartment is small and he is large and there is a quality of newness to his being here, in my kitchen, in the space where Gerald lives and where I sat at 4 in the morning, that seems to require a moment to calibrate. I go to the kitchen. I put the kettle on. I take 2 mugs from the cabinet. I hear him behind me, the slight sound of him figuring out where to put himself, landing on the kitchen table, pulling out a chair. I make the coffee the way I make coffee. I put his mug in front of him. He looks at it. At the color. At the specific warm tan of it. How did you, he starts. I notice things, I say. He looks at me. Something moves through his face, not surprise, not quite. More like a person arriving somewhere they weren't sure they'd be allowed and finding the door not only open but the right light on inside. Yeah, he says. He picks up the mug. He drinks. I sit across from him with my own coffee and the investigation report between us on the table and I think about the folded resignation letter in my bag by the door and about Gerald on the windowsill and about 3 months of building something in a 3rd-floor office and about a parking lot in the rain and a team dinner and a green smoothie and a wheel that pulled left. I think about what it costs to let someone see you at rest. I think about how, right now, at 7:10 on a Saturday morning, with undone hair and bare feet and a mug of the wrong tea because I ran out of the right tea on Wednesday and have not been to the store, I am not performing anything. I am just here. He is just here. And the coffee is exactly right, and the light through the kitchen window is the gray-blue that Portland does every morning, and Gerald has 11 leaves and a fully recovered left side situation, and it is enough. It is specifically, quietly, completely enough. Chapter 22. What warmth costs. Liam. We talk until the sun comes all the way up. This is not something I do. I am a man who sleeps on a schedule, who builds his days around function and recovery and the specific demands of maintaining an elite athletic body through a long professional season. I do not sit in someone's kitchen until 8:30 in the morning talking about things I have not talked about to anyone. I do it today. She makes a second cup of coffee, for both of us, and she sits across from me in the chair that has become, over the past hour, her chair, and she tells me about her mother. Not the version I already knew, the clinical version I've been building from the pieces she's given me, the illness, the diagnosis delay, the kitchen education. The version underneath that. The year she was 17 and her mother had a bad 6 months and the bright face Sunny put on every morning was not a choice so much as a reflex she developed because the house needed one person making it feel like things were going to be okay, and she was available, and she was good at it. I got so good at it, she says, looking at her mug, that I started doing it everywhere. Every job, every room, every difficult situation. Just brightness. As a first response. As a default. She pauses. I didn't realize for a long time that I was doing it to protect myself as much as anyone else. If I'm warm enough, nobody looks too closely. Nobody asks what's underneath. I look at her. Nobody looked, I say. Not a question. A few people tried. She looks up. Most gave up when I redirected well enough. A beat. You didn't redirect as easily as I expected. I wasn't looking for what you were presenting, I say. I was looking at what you did when you thought no one was watching. She is quiet for a moment. What did you see? Someone doing a hard job carefully, I say. Someone who got the coffee order wrong on purpose. She raises an eyebrow. The coffee was not. You handed me the wrong one first to see what I'd do with it. She opens her mouth. Closes it. Looks at her mug. The corner of her mouth pulls in, that small, private, real one. It was a calibration, she says. I know what it was. You didn't say anything. I came back with the right one. She looks at me. Something in her face is warm in a way that has nothing managed about it, no professional layer, no careful brightness. Just warmth. Just her, in the actual morning light of an actual day, looking at me like I am something she is glad to be looking at. I am not used to being looked at that way. I have spent 3 years making sure nobody had the angle for it. I let her look. You shouldn't have to be sunshine all the time, I say. She goes still. I say it the same way I say anything that matters, plainly, without decoration. It is simply true and she should hear it stated plainly. It's not a job requirement. It's not what makes you good at what you do. The protocols are good because you're thorough and accurate and you actually see the people you're working with. I pause. The smile is fine. It's not the point. She is quiet for long enough that I wonder if I've miscalibrated. Then she says, in a voice that is quieter than her usual voice and has something in it I haven't heard before, "You're the first person who's ever said that to me. Your mother hasn't." My mother loves the smile. She knows what's underneath it too, but the smile is part of how I reassure her that I'm okay. I've been doing it for 15 years. She looks at her hands. It's not her fault. I made it necessary and then I made it automatic and then I forgot I'd made it at all. It just became what I am. It's what you do, I say. Not what you are. She looks at me. Those are different, I say. She nods once. Slowly. The way someone nods when they're receiving something they've known in theory and are only now finding the real weight of. Yeah, she says. They are. The morning light has shifted, properly up now, the gray-blue gone and replaced with the pale, filtered light Portland produces when it's trying. The kitchen is warm. Outside the window, the city is starting its Saturday sounds, a car, someone's radio, the dependable rain starting back up as if it never fully stopped. Who were you before, she says. You mentioned, at the dinner, you talked about the crease. But Rooster says things sometimes. About before. I look at my mug. I think about the Halloween spiders and the fan letters and the team Christmas party. I think about being the person who laughed easily. Easier, I say. I was easier. Not loud, I was never loud. But I didn't keep everything so far. I pause. I let people in without checking first whether they could afford to lose them. I didn't think about it that way. I stop. Caleb was the reason I didn't think about it. He was always there. He made the thinking about it unnecessary. She nods. She doesn't fill the space. I became careful after, I say. About everything. If you don't let anything get close, nothing can leave by accident. I look at her. That's the logic. It's not good logic. It's just what I had. I know that logic, she says quietly. I know you do. We sit with that for a moment. Two people who found different versions of the same system and have been running them against each other for 3 months until something in both systems started to give. She brings it up herself, which is the most sunny thing she has done. Direct, professional, in the middle of the warmth of the morning, because she is both things and she doesn't make them compete. I need to say something about the work, she says. Okay. I'm not going to compromise it. Whatever this is, whatever is happening right now, my program runs the same way it ran yesterday. The protocols are the protocols. The documentation is the documentation. I don't adjust player recommendations based on personal feelings and I'm not going to start. I wouldn't want you to. I'm saying it directly because I need to say it directly. Not because I think you'd ask me to. Because I've had 3 months of someone trying to make my professional judgment look suspect and I need to be clear, even just to myself, about where the lines are. Understood, I say. And then, because it is true, you're very good at your job. She looks at me. There is something in her eyes that is fighting the smile and losing, but the smile that wins is the small private one, not the performance. I know, she says. I know you know, I say. I'm saying it anyway. She drinks her coffee. I drink mine. The rain picks up outside. Gerald is on the windowsill being 11 leaves of dependable green. The investigation report is still on the table between us, face down now, set aside. The resignation letter is in her bag by the door, not yet destroyed but no longer the active threat it was 12 hours ago. The text from the GM comes at 9:14. I see it on my phone. Sunny sees me read it. I turn the phone so she can see the screen. Hayes has been formally placed on administrative review pending full investigation. Your documentation and Navarro's are being reviewed by legal. I'd like to meet with Ms. Delacroix Monday morning at 9 to discuss the path forward. She reads it. She puts the phone down on the table. She is very still for a moment. Monday morning at 9, she says. Are you going to go? She looks at me like I have asked her something genuinely surprising. Obviously, she says. I'm going to go in my best blazer with my full documentation file and I'm going to be very professional and very clear about the value of what I've built here. A pause. And then I'm going to ask for a direct reporting line to management, because if my program answers through the medical department while Hayes is under investigation, we have a structural problem. Good, I say. You knew I'd do that. I knew the second you didn't take the labels off the cart, I say. She stares at me. How did you know about the cart? Bex. Of course. She shakes her head. But the smile is there, the real one, the small one, the one that belongs to her and nobody's performance requirements. You should probably go home, she says. You've been awake since, what, 2? Earlier. Liam. I'm fine. You are absolutely not fine. You have a game in 4 days and your recovery window requires. Sunny. She stops. I know my recovery window, I say. I've been listening to you for 3 months. She presses her lips together. The smile is losing the fight again. Fine, she says. But you're eating a proper breakfast before you go. I was going to suggest that myself. Were you? No, I say. But I'm not opposed. She stands up. She goes to the refrigerator. She opens it and surveys its contents with the professional eye of a woman who has been assessing nutritional inputs for 3 years and is applying that skill to my Saturday morning. She makes no comment about what she finds, or doesn't find, beyond a small, quiet sound that I choose to interpret as manageable. She makes eggs. She does it without asking how I want them because she already knows. She has the food preference documentation from the first week of sessions. She makes them correctly, without commentary. She puts the plate in front of me. I eat. She sits across from me and eats her own, and the kitchen is quiet and the rain is doing its steady thing outside, and the investigation report is on the table face down and the resignation letter is in her bag by the door, and at some point I am going to need to leave and go home and sleep and deal with the practical reality of everything that happened in the last 12 hours. But not yet. Not quite yet. The locker room on Monday morning is already in some other state when I arrive. I know something has happened before I open the door. I know it from the specific pitch of the noise, higher than practice noise, more chaotic, the sound of a contained space where multiple conversations are happening at the same time and all of them are about the same thing. I open the door. Rooster sees me first. His face does the thing. She's staying, he says, loudly, to the room in general, though everyone already knows because everyone has been talking about it for the past 20 minutes. The reaction is disproportionate and genuine. The locker room erupts, shouting, someone banging a locker, Kowalski doing something celebratory that involves more movement than the space really allows. Morrison, who had been one of Hayes' wavering players, stands up and starts clapping, which starts a whole other wave. I go to my locker. I open it. I sit down on my bench. I begin the standard business of getting ready for practice. Beckett. Rooster, beside me, voice lower now, for me specifically. The GM meeting. Her new title. Did you? I recommended the reporting structure change, I say. The rest was her. Obviously the rest was her. He is watching me with the full-faced, unreserved warmth that is just who he is, the most openly caring person I have ever met, wearing it without any of the armor most people put over it. You look different. I look the same. You look like someone who slept 4 hours and made eggs, he says. Which is a specific kind of different. I do not answer this. Beside us, one of the rookies, 20 years old, first season, still learning how to read the room, glances over and catches the corner of my mouth doing the thing it apparently did in a parking lot one night and has been threatening to do at inconvenient moments since. Did Beckett just, he says. Do not, Rooster says immediately, with the tone of a man trying to preserve something, make a big deal of it. He makes a big deal of it. They all make a big deal of it. It is, objectively, a big deal. I put on my gear. I go to the ice. I face the net. The crease is the same crease it has always been, 20 feet, my geometry, my mathematics, the space where things make sense. But I am slightly different inside it today. Something in the angle of how I hold myself. Something in the weight of being here that feels, for the first time in a long time, like a choice I'm making because I want to be here rather than because it's the only place I know how to breathe. Rooster fires the first warm-up shot. I stop it. I don't think about it on the way down. I just catch it, and feel the familiar, solid weight of it in the glove, and for 1 second I think about a community rink and a 10-year-old voice saying bend your knees, you're going to fall anyway. I smile. Just briefly. Into the mask where nobody can see it except me. But I feel it. I actually feel it. Chapter 23. Before the game. Sunny. My mother arrives on a Tuesday in the middle of April with one medium suitcase, a plant she bought at the airport because she saw it and felt sorry for it, and the specific energy of a woman who has been hearing about Portland for 4 months and has decided to see it for herself. Her name is Diane Delacroix and she is 54 years old and she has been managing an autoimmune condition for 15 years with the pragmatism of someone who decided early on that the illness did not get to be the most interesting thing about her. She walks with a slight stiffness in the mornings that she does not mention and navigates stairs with a handrail when available, which she would also not mention if I didn't notice. She has opinions about everything, books, politicians, the way restaurants arrange their menus, the precise ethical question of whether an airport plant purchase constitutes a rescue, and she shares them at a pace that takes some adjusting to if you haven't been around her lately. I have been around her voice on the phone. In person, she is a full sensory experience. This city is very gray, she says from the passenger seat of my car, looking out at Portland doing its April thing. It's a mood, I say. I like it, she says. It's honest. She turns the plant in her lap. Its name is not yet decided. She is workshopping it. Tell me about the playoff push. The team's playing the best hockey they've played in 3 seasons. 6 consecutive wins. Liam's save percentage is at a career high. I pause. The nutrition protocols are embedded in the team culture. 3 players mentioned the program in press conferences last week without being asked. That's not what I asked, she says. I keep my eyes on the road. That is what you asked. I asked about the playoff push, Sunny, and you answered by listing Liam Beckett's statistics first. She adjusts the plant. I'm your mother. I notice things. She meets Bex first, dinner on Wednesday, a restaurant near my building with good acoustics and a menu I had already vetted. Bex arrives 7 minutes early, which is how she arrives everywhere, and the 2 of them shake hands and then immediately start a conversation that runs for 40 minutes on healthcare system failures and patient disclosure standards and the specific ethical questions around a physician's obligation to flag professional concerns versus building institutional cases. I eat my food. I watch them. I feel something warm and uncomplicated, which is a feeling I have been having more often lately and which I have stopped analyzing. Rooster meets my mother on Thursday at the facility, unplanned. He was coming through the lobby when I was showing her around, and he shook her hand and said, I've heard a lot about you, and she said, I've heard nothing about you whatsoever, and he found this so delightful that he took us both to the Players Cafe and bought coffees and told her his version of the smoothie incident, which has grown in the retelling to include visual aids and at least 2 sound effects. My mother laughed until she had to put her coffee down. She looked at me afterward with the specific expression she uses when she's made a decision about a person. It means, I like him. She reserves it carefully. Liam meets her on Friday afternoon. This is not orchestrated. I am in my office finishing the game day protocols for the first playoff game, Saturday night, home ice. The building is already at a different energy level, the players moving through warm-up with the particular focus of a group that has been building toward something and can finally see the thing they've been building toward. My mother is with me because she wanted to see the facility properly and I have been showing her the third floor. She is looking at the whiteboard, the 22 names, the color-coded protocols, the updated playoff modifications, when Liam appears in the doorway. He sees her before she turns. I see his face do its quick, competent calibration, not alarmed, not retreating, just taking in the new information and adjusting. He looks at me. I look at him. The look says several things in the shorthand we've developed over 4 months, and most of those things are approximately, I did not know she was here but I'm not leaving. He steps inside. Mom, I say, this is Liam Beckett. Liam, my mother, Diane. My mother turns. She is 63 inches tall and she looks at him the way she looks at everything that warrants close attention, directly, fully, without the performance of pleasantness she puts on when pleasantness is all that's required. She takes in the whole picture. Hello, she says. Hello, he says. There is a pause that is slightly longer than standard social exchange requires. I watch both of them in the pause. My mother, measuring. Liam, steady in the way he is steady, not forced, not defended, just present. Your daughter's work is on that wall, my mother says. She gestures at the whiteboard. She talked about it every week from October. I've been waiting to see it. It works, Liam says. Simply. Factually. My mother looks at him for another moment. Then she looks at me. The expression she uses when she's made a decision about a person is on her face. She turns back to the whiteboard. I understand the logic of the playoff modifications, she says to me. Walk me through the Kowalski column. Liam stays for 12 minutes. He answers 2 questions my mother asks about the recovery protocol, directly, specifically, with the accuracy of a man who has been paying close attention for 4 months, and then he says he has ice time and he leaves. At the door he looks at me once. It is a brief, unhurried look that contains several things I have learned to read, and the main thing it contains today is something close to I'll find you later. I look back. He leaves. My mother waits approximately 4 seconds. You're different with him, she says. We work together, I say. Sonny. I know, I say. I know that's not what you mean. She waits. Good different. I say. The question comes out slightly more vulnerable than I intended. She turns from the whiteboard. She looks at me with the full, warm, utterly unsentimental love of a woman who has known me for 27 years and has watched me perform brightness in every difficult room I've ever walked into. You let him see the quiet, she says. I've been watching you perform happy since you were 12 years old. She says it without accusation. Just fact. That man sees the quiet and he stays. That's the good different. I look at Gerald on the windowsill. Yeah, I say. It is. Game day. The facility is loud at 3 in the afternoon, 6 hours before puck drop, the building already full of the specific charged energy of a first playoff game. Catering teams, broadcast crews, additional staff, the low-grade electricum of something important about to happen. I have been here since 8. I have checked every game day protocol, confirmed every player's pre-game meal timing, done individual check-ins with 6 players who have specific game day variables I watch. I have briefed the training staff on the handoff procedure and updated Hayes' administrative replacement on the post-game recovery protocol. I have done all the things. At 4:45, I go to my office and I close the door. I don't turn the music on. I don't open the laptop. I don't reorganize the files or update the whiteboard or make a list of things to monitor during warm-up. I sit in my chair and I put my hands in my lap and I look at the wall where the 22 names are, and I let the room be quiet. This is new. This specific kind of quiet, not the emptied-out quiet of a person who has run out of things to fill the silence with, but the chosen quiet of a person who has enough and is letting themselves have it. The playoff bracket chart. Gerald. The cleared investigation report filed in the bottom drawer of my desk, dated and documented, closed. The whiteboard with its protocols and its evidence of 11 weeks of work that is now, undeniably, embedded in how this team functions. I sit with it. I am not performing anything. I am not performing anything for my mother, who is currently in Bex's office talking healthcare policy with the focused enthusiasm of a woman who gets very little face-to-face conversation with people who match her energy. I am not performing anything for the 22 players whose game day routines now include things I built. I am not performing anything for Hayes, who is under review and absent from this building, and I feel the specific, adult satisfaction of someone who stayed and did the right work and let that be the answer. I am not performing anything for Liam, though in a few hours he is going to be on the ice 30 feet from a net I've been protecting in my own way for months, and I am going to be in the family section next to Nina Beckett, and I am going to watch him do the thing he was made to do, and I am going to feel everything I feel about that without managing a single piece of it. I sit in the quiet. I let it be the whole of the moment. Outside the window, Portland is doing the thing it always does in April, gray and honest and present. Gerald is on the windowsill having 11 leaves and no complaints. The 22 names on the whiteboard are 22 people I know and whose bodies I understand and whose care I've been part of since October. I am here. I am specifically, completely here. At 5:20, I pick up my phone. I type, "Kill it out there, Beckett." I send it. I watch the screen. I count. At 40 seconds exactly, I count, because I count things now, because he counts things and it is apparently contagious. The reply arrives. One word. Obviously. I laugh. Not the managed laugh, not the professional warmth version, not the smile I've been producing on cue since I was 12 years old in a kitchen trying to make the household feel like things were going to be okay. The real one, the one that comes from somewhere with no performance layer over it, the one that escapes before I have a chance to decide whether to let it. I look at the word on the screen. I read it one more time. Obviously. I am going to keep that word. Not for evidence or documentation or any professional purpose. Just for mine. Just because it is his, specifically, exactly, unmistakably his, and it makes me laugh and I am keeping it. I put my phone in my pocket. I pick up my bag. I go to watch some hockey. Chapter 24. What I protect now. Liam. I tape my stick the same way every game. Left hand first, 3 wraps from the toe, tight at the heel, 1 strip down the shaft for grip. It takes 4 minutes and 12 seconds. I have been doing it since I was 16 years old and I have never once varied the sequence, not in juniors, not in my first AHL season, not in 6 years of NHL hockey including 3 playoff runs and 1 night in a hospital corridor that reorganized everything else. Tonight I do it in the visitors' locker room at Rogers Arena in Vancouver, Game 7, Stanley Cup playoffs, everything on the line the way everything only ever gets to be on the line in a Game 7, and my hands are steady and the tape is straight and the sequence is exactly right, and I think about Caleb. Not the hospital version. Not the too loud television and the waiting room chairs and the white walls and the doctor's specific walk. That version has been the one that comes when I let my guard down, when the memory arrives before I've arranged myself to receive it, and it has the particular sharpness of something that hasn't fully found its resting place. Tonight the version that comes is different. I think about a 26-year-old man in a Portland Orcas jersey, worn, cracked numbers, washed enough times that the fabric had gone soft, sitting at a bar on the east side of the city surrounded by his friends, watching Game 5 of a playoff series on the biggest screen available, calling our mother to tell her to watch the first period because his brother was doing something with angles that was, in his word, insane. Alive with it. Completely, fully alive with the specific joy of a person watching someone they love do the thing they were made to do. I think about that version. I think about what he lost. I think about it directly, with the honesty that took me 3 years and 1 woman in a hallway at 6:47 in the morning to find, not the guilt version, not the I should have called back version, not the version where his death is something I could have prevented if I'd been different or done something differently. Just the plain, grievous, permanent truth of it. He was 26 and he was proud of me and he lost everything and I did not. That is the whole of it. I'm still here, Cal, I think. The tape makes its 3rd wrap around the toe of the stick. I know. Not sorry. Not guilty. Just honest. Just the bare acknowledgement of a fact I've been managing from a distance for 3 years and am now standing close enough to feel its actual weight rather than the weight of avoiding it. The weight is different when you carry it honestly. Not lighter. More portable. More like something that belongs to you rather than something you borrowed and can't figure out how to put down. I finish the tape. I look at the stick. I put it down and I tape the other one. The arena is full and loud before I'm through warm-up. Vancouver plays in a building that knows how to generate pressure. The crowd noise here has a specific quality, layered and directional, coming from the rafters and from ice level both, wrapping around the crease in a way you either learn to use or you drown in. I learned to use it 7 years ago. It sounds like white noise to me now. Like the ocean sounds to people who live near it, always there, no longer requiring attention. My crease. I do my butterfly drops on the far end. I do my lateral pushes. I run the save simulation in my head, the reads I've built on their top line over 6 games, the specific shot tendencies, the angles they prefer. Vancouver's center takes his backhand from the left dot at 73% of his attempts. I have a position for that. Vancouver's right winger goes glove side on the first shot of a sequence, blocker side on the rebound at 81%. I have positions for all of it. I go to the bench for the national anthems. I stand with my stick and my mask and 18,000 people doing the thing crowds do before a Game 7, holding something, building something, the particular held-breath energy of a building that knows the next 2 hours could end any way. I look at the tunnel entrance on the far side of the ice. She is not visible from here. She will be in the family section, I know because Nina texted me yesterday to confirm she and Sonny had sorted seats together, in the specific tone my mother uses when she considers something settled and expects no argument. I did not argue. But I know she's in this building. That's enough. The game is hard from the first puck drop. Vancouver is playing with the specific desperation of a team that knows this is the last game and is not going quietly. Their first line generates 8 quality chances in the first period alone. I stop all 8. 3 of them are the kind of stop that, in any other context, would feel significant, the kind Rooster would skate over to comment on. Tonight I file each one and move to the next position. The Orcas score once in the first. Vancouver ties it early in the second. 1-1 through 2 periods and into the third, the building at a volume that has gone past noise and into something more physical. I stop a breakaway in the third period that I will not remember clearly afterward, the memory of it will come back in video review, in the replay that gets used in every broadcast that covers this game going forward. What I remember in the moment is reading the shooter's shoulder 2 seconds before the shot, knowing the release, being in the position before the puck arrives. The save itself is almost incidental. The preparation is the work. The preparation is always the work. The buzzer ends the third. 1-1. Overtime. I stand in the crease during the intermission while the trainers work and Devereaux talks and the team does its collective breathing. Rooster sits beside me on the bench. He doesn't say anything tactical. He's not here for tactical. How are you, he says. Ready, I say. He nods. He taps my pad with his stick, the thing he's done before every period since my second season, so standard between us now that I'd notice the absence more than the gesture. He skates back to his position. I face my net. Ready. The overtime goal comes at 4 minutes and 38 seconds. Rooster gets it. Of course Rooster gets it. He is the kind of player for whom the biggest moment of the biggest game feels right, the way certain things fit their context perfectly. He takes a pass from Kowalski at the left point, drives wide, finds an angle that shouldn't be possible from where he is, and puts it through a gap between the goalie's pad and the post that is less than 4 inches wide. The building does something seismic. Our bench erupts, the specific, total eruption of a group of people who have been building toward a single moment for an entire season and have arrived at it, and I am already moving, skating out of the crease toward the chaos, because for the first time in 3 seasons the crease is not the whole world and the thing I want is not behind me. The tunnel is the managed chaos that all winning tunnels are, staff, security, media with cameras that are already recording everything, teammates in various states of helmets half off and gear shedding and the sound of 30 people all experiencing the same thing at maximum volume. I skate in and pull off my mask and I am looking for her before I have finished deciding to look. She finds me first. She is near the board's entrance, she must have come down from the family section fast, or she knew where to be, which is more likely because she always knows where to be. She is in the dark green jacket she wears to everything and her hair is undone and her face is doing the thing it does when she isn't performing anything, which is be completely, entirely itself, warm and bright and specifically hers, and her eyes when they find mine have something in them that I have been the recipient of for months now and have not stopped finding remarkable. She reaches me. She holds out a water bottle. "Here," she says. And then, because some things belong to us now, the joke's built inside of something real, the shorthand of two people who have arrived at each other through smoothie collisions and early session arrivals and parking lots in the rain and 6:47 a.m. hallways, she says, "Do you want a celebratory smoothie? I can have one here in." I smile. Not the corner of the mouth thing. Not the almost but not quite from the locker room. Not the ancestor of the thing. The actual thing. The full one. It arrives without warning and without ceremony, the way real things arrive after long absences, not gradually, not announced, just suddenly present, as if it was always there and the circumstances simply finally allowed it. From somewhere across the tunnel, from the direction of Rooster, who is never far when something important is happening and has been waiting, by his own account, an entire season for this specific moment, comes a voice at a volume that carries over the whole celebration noise of a Stanley Cup winning tunnel. There it is. And then, because Rooster is who he is, BEX, did you see it? Bex. I shake my head. I am smiling. I am standing in a winning tunnel with sweat on my neck and my mask in my hand and my heart doing something it has not done in 3 years, not racing, not spiking, just present, awake, here, and she is in front of me looking at the smile with the expression of someone receiving something they've been careful not to hope for too directly. I put my free hand on the side of her face. She goes very still. I put the other one there too. I kiss her once, properly, in the middle of the tunnel with 30 people around us and at least 4 phones recording it and the whole sound of a Stanley Cup celebration happening 3 feet in every direction. It is not a brief kiss. It is the kind that is proportional to the distance traveled to get there, 4 months of sessions and early arrivals and corrected coffee orders and parking lots and hallway confessions and a green smoothie on a corridor floor that started all of it. When I pull back, the tunnel has become, somehow, louder. I don't look at the tunnel. I look at her. She has both hands pressed against the front of my jersey, my practice of leaning into the thing she steadied in the second she realized I was kissing her, and her eyes are bright in the specific way of someone who is feeling something entirely real and is not, for once, doing anything to manage it. "Hi," she says. "Hi," I say. Behind us, Rooster has apparently found Bex, because there is a new quality to the noise, a slightly scandalized, very enthusiastic quality that suggests something about that situation has just become public in a way it may not have been 3 minutes ago. I file this for later. Someone's phone flash goes off. Then another one. By tomorrow morning the photograph, 2 of them, actually, from different angles, both capturing the same moment with the same clarity, will be on the front page of every sports blog that covers hockey, captioned variously but arriving at the same basic fact: Liam Beckett, who has not smiled in 3 seasons, is smiling, and the person in his hands is smiling back, and the tunnel is going absolutely insane around them and neither of them is looking at anything except each other. I do not care. I have not cared about something in the right way in 3 years. The right way is like this, specific and present and chosen, not managed or kept at the safe distance I've been maintaining since a hospital waiting room, not the numb compliance of a man who kept living because stopping wasn't an option. Like this. Her face in my hands and the sound of a championship around us and the specific, impossible, smoothie-covered fact of her. "You're on the front page of everything by morning," she says. I know. "You're okay with that?" "I'm okay with that," I say. She searches my face. She finds what she's looking for, whatever check she runs when she wants to know if I mean the thing I'm saying. She nods once, small, satisfied. "Okay," she says. "Good." She drops her hands from my jersey and reaches up and fixes something at the collar, straightens it, one small precise adjustment, the gesture of a person who notices details and acts on them without making a production. "Now go celebrate with your team before Rooster has an actual medical event." I look at Rooster, who is across the tunnel engaged in what appears to be a genuinely celebratory interaction with Bex that she is not, from the look of it, entirely discouraging. "He seems occupied," I say. "Kowalski is crying," she says. I look. Kowalski is, in fact, crying. He is doing it while also hugging Morrison and also managing to high-five someone simultaneously, which is an impressive range of emotional multitasking. "Go," she says. I go. but I look back once, just once, and she is still there, jacket on, watching, the smile on her face, the small private real one that belongs to her and nobody's requirements, the one I first saw in a parking lot at night and have been cataloging in the filling place ever since. She sees me look. She does it back. Later, the celebration still going, 2 hours past the final buzzer, in a locker room that smells like champagne and relief and the specific warmth of a group of people who have done something together that none of them could have done alone, I sit on my bench. Not separate. Just seated while the rest of it moves around me. Rooster is making a speech that has gone on 11 minutes and shows no sign of concluding. Kowalski has recovered from crying and is now leading some kind of organized chant. Music is happening from 3 separate sources at slightly different volumes. I sit with the champagne I am not drinking yet and I think about Caleb. Not with grief. Not tonight, or not only that. I think about him the way I think about the community rink and the 10-year-old voice and the bend your knees, you're going to fall anyway. I think about the bar on the east side of Portland and a phone recording a video for our mother and a jersey washed enough times to go soft. He knew, before I did, that this was the point of it. Not the statistics. Not the records. Not the championships, though the championships matter, they matter specifically and I'm not going to pretend they don't. The point of it was everything around the game. The people you do it with and for. The warmth that the crease can organize but cannot replace. She is somewhere in this building, being debriefed by Bex or talking to Nina or standing with the team families in the aftermath of something that was hard and real and worth it. She will be doing whatever she's doing with her full, specific, unperformed self, and tomorrow she will be at the facility and so will I, and the work will continue because the work always continues and it is, I have recently come to understand, not despite the work that the other things are possible but because of it. Because she chose this job for a reason that had roots, and I chose this crease for a reason that had roots, and we both followed the roots far enough to find each other at the bottom. She tastes like the green smoothie. I did not expect this. She must have had one before the game, the portable version, the recipe she emailed at 10 p.m. on a Seattle hotel night in November that I read 3 times and that the entire traveling roster still uses. I tasted it in the tunnel and I have decided it is a good omen. The best possible omen. The exact right thing. Caleb would have laughed himself absolutely sick. He would have called me, at whatever hour, whatever time zone, and he would have said something about karma and smoothies and the general predictability of his older brother finding the most complicated possible route to a straightforward destination, and he would have delivered it in the tone of breaking news, and I would have told him to shut up, and he would have said I'm just saying, and we would have stayed on the phone for a while, talking about nothing important until the nothing important became the whole point. I think, somewhere, he is. I think he is saying something obnoxious and accurate, in the specific voice I have not heard in 3 years, about protein-stained jerseys and cartwheels that pull left in a parking lot in the rain where his very stubborn, very slow-moving brother finally understood what he was standing in. I think he is laughing. I pick up the champagne. I drink. Epilogue. What sunlight does. Sunny. He is making EGGS the way I showed him. Specifically, low heat, no rushing, the pan at a temperature that lets the white set without going rubbery. I wrote it on an index card and posted it to the fridge of the cottage he rented 3 weeks ago, his first proper off-season vacation in 4 years, 2 weeks on the Oregon coast with no practice schedule, no team calendar, no reason to be anywhere except wherever he decides to be. I wrote the card because I thought he would want the reference. He has used it every morning without once looking at the card, which means he memorized it, which means I should not find this as charming as I do. I watch him from the doorway. The kitchen of the cottage is small and has a window above the sink that looks out at the water, the Oregon coast doing its gray and honest thing outside, waves working at the rocks below, the specific sound of the ocean that takes a day or two to stop noticing and then becomes the baseline of everything. He is in a t-shirt in the particular state of undone that he only produces when he is not performing competence for anyone, which is a state I have been the primary witness to for several months now and which I intend to remain the primary witness to for as long as he will allow it. He has not told me to stop watching. He knows I'm watching. He knows because he knows, the way he knows things without announcing that he knows them, attention that looks like stillness but is actually the opposite. He has been like this since the first session in my office, when he sat across the desk and answered my questions in the minimum words and I thought, this person sees everything. He saw me. That's the part one didn't expect and should have. He saw the parts one was performing and he saw the parts one wasn't, and he treated both of them with the same quiet, specific respect. He did not try to fix the performing or celebrate the not performing. He just noticed it. And stayed. I think about who I was a year ago. Not with grief, I have done the grief, I have sat on office floors with it and been honest about it in hallways at 6:47 in the morning and told it to Bex over wine and let it be large without trying to manage it down to size. I've done that work. But I think about her sometimes, the way you think about a person you used to be, with the specific tenderness of someone who understands now what she was carrying and why. She was standing in a facility hallway on her first day with a cart and a wheel that pulled left and both hands shaking, telling herself she was fine with a capital F, wearing the smile she'd been wearing since she was 12 in a kitchen, learning that someone had to make things feel okay and she was the one available to do it. She was good at the job. She was excellent at the job. She was also, quietly, exhausted in a way she had no language for yet and would not find the language for until she sat on an office floor and let the size of things be their actual size. I think about what she has now. The work she loves, which is still the work she loves, the 22-player protocols are 24 now, the wellness program restructured under her direct leadership, reporting to management with the structure she asked for in that Monday morning meeting and received without negotiation. 3 of her players were publicly credited for their physical performance this season in contexts that mentioned the program by name. Kowalski's iron levels are textbook. Rooster's pre-game anxiety eating pattern has been fully replaced by a structured protocol that he advocates for in the locker room, like a person who discovered something and wants to tell everyone. Bex, who is now officially, consequentially involved with Rooster in a development that she describes as logistically inadvisable and emotionally irresistible, and that Rooster describes as obviously inevitable, with the specific satisfaction of a man who has been right about something since approximately October. I have stayed out of both characterizations. I have my own evidence, but I keep it privately. Nina, who is visiting next weekend. She texted me last week a photograph of an ice pack she found in Liam's apartment, the same brand I recommended for the neck injury in November, still in his cabinet, kept without comment the way he keeps everything that works. The text said, "Found this. Thought you'd like to know." She was right. I liked knowing. My mother, who had a good month, the best month since January, Dr. Reyes said, the new protocol working the way the previous 3 didn't, the fatigue at a manageable level, the hip better. She called me on a Tuesday between 2 and 4 in the afternoon, which is her good day time, and we talked for 45 minutes about a book she'd been reading and a disagreement at book club that apparently escalated further than the World War II France incident and involved someone leaving early. She sounded like herself. She sounded like the quick, warm, full of opinions version of herself that I grew up with and have been waiting for. She told me Portland suited me. She said it like an observation, like something she'd been deciding and had reached a conclusion on. She said, "You sound like you're somewhere you chose, not somewhere you landed." I thought about that for the rest of the day. The Orcas are the defending champions. This is a sentence I have not gotten used to saying and do not want to. I want it to keep having its full weight, the season, the Game 7, the overtime goal, the tunnel. Liam's face when he came off the ice. The smile that Rooster announced to the entire tunnel and that was on the front page of 9 separate sports publications by 6 the following morning, accompanied by the photograph, 2 of them, actually, from different angles, that his publicist called about at 8:15 a.m. the morning after the Cup win with the tone of someone who has handled complex situations before and considers this one manageable. Liam's response to his publicist, as reported to me by said publicist, 2 words. Neither of them was no. He began grief counseling in January. He did not announce it. He told me on a Wednesday evening in my apartment, stated plainly in the way he states things that matter, I started seeing someone. A therapist. About Caleb. I wanted you to know. And then he waited for my response with the quiet of a person who has learned, slowly and against considerable resistance, that letting someone know a true thing does not require their management of it. Just their witness. I said, "I'm glad." He nodded. We made dinner. Stop staring. His voice from the stove, not turning. The eggs are at the stage where they require attention and he is giving them attention while also, clearly, tracking my presence in the doorway with the peripheral awareness of a man who has spent his career reading things that aren't directly in front of him. I'm not staring, I say. You're staring. I'm enjoying the view. He is quiet for a moment. The eggs are done. He turns off the heat. He turns around. He is smiling. The real one. The full one, the one Rooster shouted about in a championship tunnel, the one Nina waited 3 years for, the one that arrived on a November evening in an office when I said something about electrolyte textbooks and the air in the room shifted on its axis. The one that is, I understand now, not a departure from who he is but the most complete version of it, the person underneath the 3 years of careful stillness, still there, still himself, still exactly who he was before the accident and also someone changed by it and also someone who chose what to do with the change. He crosses the kitchen. He hands me a coffee. Oat milk. Exactly right. Made without asking because he has known since November and makes it correctly every time now, without comment, without ceremony, the same way he does everything that has become part of the fabric of how he takes care. I take the mug. He says, "Good morning." I look at him. I look at the cottage kitchen and the window above the sink with the Oregon coast working at the rocks outside and Gerald III on the windowsill. The original Gerald is in my Portland office, the second Gerald is in my apartment kitchen. This Gerald was purchased at a Coast Road plant shop 2 days ago and has been given the same low-maintenance mandate as his predecessors. I look at the index card recipe on the fridge and the 2 mugs and the men in the t-shirt who memorized the card and made the eggs correctly and says good morning like it is the only true and necessary sentence. It is, I think. It really, genuinely, specifically is. Some people bring light with them wherever they go. I used to think that was a gift I was giving everyone else. The warmth, the brightness, the smile in every difficult room. I thought it was generosity, that I was a source, that people warmed themselves by me and that the warming was the point, that I was somehow outside the economy of needing and only inside the economy of giving. What I know now is that none of that was wrong. It was just incomplete. The light was real. It is still real. I still walk into rooms and make them warmer and I still make recovery bars at 10 p.m. and still name plants and still answer my mother's calls on the bad days with a voice that is steady even when my hands aren't. That is who I am. I don't need to dismantle it. But it was also a signal. Broadcasting, across jobs and cities and one very specific protein-stained corridor, into the specific frequency of a person who was looking for something that would register differently than the quiet he'd been living in. Not performing for him. Not managing him. Just being the full, unedited, oat milk correcting, cartwheel blaming, plant naming thing that I am, loudly enough and honestly enough that he could hear it under the noise. He looked up. That's the whole of it. He looked up in a corridor covered in spinach smoothie with zero expression on his face, and I thought, perfect, and I meant it, and 3 seasons of not smiling ended in a tunnel in Vancouver with both his hands on my face. Turns out it wasn't a gift I was giving the world. It was a signal I was sending into it. He heard it. I am not going to be quiet about being glad. Author's note. Dear reader. Thank you for spending your time with this story. When I first imagined these characters, I wanted to write about people who understand pressure, the kind that comes from the outside, from family, from expectations, and what happens when the walls they've built start cracking open. This story is about the courage it takes to be seen. Not the curated version. The real one. The messy, imperfect, terrified one. I hope that resonated with you. If this book made you feel something, I'd be grateful if you left a review. Reviews help readers find stories like this, and every one means the world to me. With gratitude. Harper Winslow. Acknowledgements. Every book begins with a quiet question. I'm grateful to everyone who helped me find the answer. To my readers, you took a chance on this story, and I couldn't be more thankful. Your messages, your reviews, your enthusiasm, they fuel every late-night writing session. To anyone who has ever built something from nothing, a career, a relationship, a second chance, this one's for you. And to the cold coffee that got me through every draft, you were terrible, and I wouldn't change a thing. About the author. Harper Winslow writes emotionally charged contemporary romance that lives in the space between heartbreak and hope. She believes the best love stories start with 2 people who are certain they want nothing to do with each other. When not writing, she can be found drinking coffee that went cold hours ago and arguing about sports with strangers on the internet. She lives with 2 cats who judge her word count daily.